In the annals of history, there exists a name that whispers through the ages, shrouded in mystery and allure: Punt. This enigmatic kingdom, often referred to as the Land of Punt, has captivated the imaginations of historians, archaeologists, and adventurers alike. But what truly was Punt? What secrets does it hold within its sands, and why does it continue to enchant us centuries after it faded from the pages of history? Our journey begins thousands of years ago in the cradle of civilization, along the banks of the mighty Nile River. The ancient Egyptians, a people renowned for their monumental achievements and vibrant culture, spoke of Punt with reverence. To them, it was not merely a distant land, it was a realm of abundance, a paradise where wealth flowed as freely as the Nile itself. But where exactly was this fabled kingdom? Was it a dream, a figment of the collective imagination, or did it truly exist in a tangible form? The first recorded mention of Punt dates back to the reign of Pharaoh Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's most powerful and enigmatic rulers. In her quest for glory, she dispatched a grand expedition to the shores of Punt, seeking to establish trade routes and acquire the riches that were said to flow from its lands. The journey was perilous, spanning treacherous waters and uncharted territories, but Hatshepsut's ambition knew no bounds. Her voyages, documented in vivid reliefs at her mortuary temple in Deir el-Bahari, reveal the treasures brought back from this distant land: gold, ivory, fragrant myrrh, and exotic animals. These artifacts painted a picture of a kingdom that was as rich in resources as it was in mystery. As we delve deeper into the lore of Punt, we encounter a tapestry woven with both history and myth. The Egyptians described it as a land where the sun shone bright and the trees were laden with fragrant resin. It was a place where the air was thick with the scent of incense and the laughter of its people echoed through the valleys. But, as with many tales from the ancient world, the line between reality and legend blurs. Was Punt a real place, or merely a fantastical creation born from the imaginations of those who chronicled its existence? Scholars and explorers have long sought to answer this question, embarking on quests that would take them across continents and through the corridors of time. Some have posited that Punt was located in the modern-day regions of Somalia or Eritrea, where the climate and resources align with the descriptions left by the Egyptians. Others suggest the possibility of it being situated further afield, perhaps in the heart of Arabia or even as far as India. Each theory, while compelling, brings with it a new set of questions, leading to an endless cycle of exploration and discovery. As we trace the routes taken by ancient Egyptian traders, we find ourselves at the crossroads of history, a point where cultures collided and ideas flowed like the waters of the Nile. The expeditions to Punt were not merely journeys for trade, they were voyages of cultural exchange, where the Egyptians encountered new peoples, languages, and customs. The treasures brought back from Punt were not just material riches, they represented the very essence of connection and unity in a world that was at times divided by vast distances and profound differences. Imagine standing on the shores of Punt, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant landscapes, where the sun sets in a blaze of orange and gold. Feel the warmth of the earth beneath your feet and the gentle breeze that carries with it the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Picture the bustling markets filled with traders from distant lands, exchanging goods and stories, each voice adding to the rich tapestry of this kingdom. In this moment, you can almost grasp the spirit of Punt, a place that transcended mere geography and became a symbol of aspiration and adventure. Yet, as the sands of time shifted, the once thriving kingdom of Punt began to fade from the collective memory of humankind. The rise and fall of empires, coupled with the changing tides of trade routes, led to its eventual obscurity. The very name that once evoked visions of wealth and prosperity became a ghost, haunting the edges of ancient texts and tantalizing the minds of those who would come after. In our quest to unravel the mystery of Punt, we must also confront the limitations of our understanding. The Egyptians, with their remarkable ability to document their lives, left behind hieroglyphs that speak of Punt's grandeur. However, the interpretations of these texts are often marred by ambiguity. The language of the ancients can be elusive, filled with metaphors and symbolism that challenge modern comprehension. Thus, we are left with fragments of a story, pieces of a puzzle that may never be fully assembled. But does this mean we should abandon our search for Punt? Far from it. The allure of the unknown beckons us to explore, to question, and to dream. Each new discovery, whether it be a piece of pottery unearthed in an archaeological dig or a new interpretation of ancient texts, adds richness to our understanding of this mysterious kingdom. Even in the absence of definitive answers, Punt continues to inspire generations, igniting the flames of curiosity and wonder. As we reflect on our journey through the enigmatic world of Punt, we are reminded that history is not merely a collection of dates and events. It is a living narrative, woven from the experiences of countless individuals who have come before us. The tales of Punt serve as a reminder of the interconnectedness of humanity, of our shared dreams and aspirations. They urge us to seek out the unknown, to embrace the mysteries that lie beyond the horizon, and to recognize that sometimes the greatest treasures are not those that can be held in our hands, but those that reside in our hearts and minds. So, what was Punt? Perhaps it was more than just a kingdom. Perhaps it was a symbol of hope, a dream of abundance, and a testament to the spirit of exploration that lives within us all. As we continue to search for answers, let us carry the legacy of Punt with us, a reminder that the journey is just as important as the destination, and that the mysteries of the past can inspire us to forge a brighter future. In the heart of the desert, where the sun blazes down upon ancient stones, lies a story waiting to be uncovered. It is a tale of connection and mystery, one that weaves through the sands of time, threading its way into the very fabric of our history. Welcome to the Egyptian Connection, first mentions in hieroglyphs, a journey that will take us deep into the world of ancient Egypt, where symbols danced across the walls of temples and tombs, whispering secrets that have captivated minds for millennia. Imagine standing before the great pyramids of Giza, their majestic forms rising against the azure sky. These monumental structures, built over 4,500 years ago, were not merely tombs for pharaohs. They were gateways to the divine, a testament to the ingenuity and spirituality of a civilization that thrived along the banks of the Nile. As you gaze upon their weathered stones, you might wonder who the artisans were, the scribes who etched their stories in hieroglyphs, those intricate symbols that hold the keys to understanding this enigmatic culture. The origins of writing in ancient Egypt are as mysterious as the hieroglyphs themselves. Scholars believe that the earliest examples of Egyptian writing can be traced back to around 3200 BCE, during a time when the world was still young, and civilizations were just beginning to emerge from the shadows of prehistory. It was a time of transformation, where the art of communication evolved from simple markings on clay to a complex system of symbols that conveyed profound meanings. The first hieroglyphs, simple and direct, were primarily used for administrative purposes. They recorded the count of livestock, the harvest of grain, and the tribute paid to the pharaoh. But as the years passed, these symbols took on a life of their own, evolving into a rich tapestry of language that captured the essence of Egyptian thought and culture. From religious texts that celebrated the gods to monumental inscriptions that immortalized the deeds of great rulers, hieroglyphs became the voice of a civilization, echoing through the ages. As we delve into the world of hieroglyphs, we must consider the significance of their first mentions. Among the earliest records, we find the Nama palette, a ceremonial artifact that dates back to around 3100 BCE. This exquisite piece of art, carved in stone, depicts the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under King Narmer, a pivotal moment in history. On its surface, we see the first instances of hieroglyphic writing, symbols that tell a story of conquest and divine right. The depiction of Narmer wearing the crowns of both regions symbolizes not just his authority, but the very essence of Egypt itself, a land united in purpose and spirit. Yet, it is not merely the symbols that captivate us, but the stories they tell. Each hieroglyph is a window into the past, revealing the thoughts, beliefs, and aspirations of a people who revered their gods and honored their ancestors. In the temples of Karnak and Luxor, we find inscriptions that sing praises to Amun-Ra, the sun god, and Osiris, the god of the afterlife. These texts reveal a society deeply intertwined with its spirituality, where every act of life was a reflection of the divine. As we journey further, we encounter the tombs of the pharaohs, where hieroglyphs adorned the walls, guiding the deceased through the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers, offered protection and wisdom to those embarking on their eternal journey. Here, we find not just words, but a profound understanding of existence, a belief in the continuity of life beyond death. The hieroglyphs become a lifeline connecting the living with the dead, a bridge between this world and the next. But the Egyptian connection extends beyond its own borders. As trade routes opened and cultures mingled, hieroglyphs found their way into the lexicon of neighboring civilizations. The influence of Egyptian writing spread across the Mediterranean, penetrating the realms of the Greeks and Romans. The Rosetta Stone, discovered in 1799, became a symbol of this connection, a key that unlocked the mysteries of hieroglyphs. It bore the same text inscribed in 3 scripts: Greek, Demotic, and hieroglyphic. This remarkable artifact allowed scholars to decipher the long-lost language, revealing the stories of a civilization that had all but vanished from memory. As we reflect on this journey through time, we cannot overlook the questions that linger in the air. What drove the Egyptians to record their lives in such exquisite detail? What motivated them to etch their stories into stone, ensuring that they would echo through eternity? Perhaps it was a desire for legacy, a belief that by inscribing their words, they could transcend mortality. Or maybe it was their profound connection to the divine, a yearning to capture the essence of existence in symbols that would outlast the sands of time. The landscape of ancient Egypt is dotted with temples and monuments, each one a testament to the power of words and symbols. The hieroglyphs, though silent now, once sang the songs of the people, telling tales of love and loss, of triumph and tragedy. They remind us that the human experience, in all its complexity, has persisted through the ages, resonating with the same emotions that we feel today. In the end, the Egyptian connection is not just about the hieroglyphs themselves. It is about the stories they convey, the lives they touched, and the legacy they left behind. It is a reminder that despite the passage of time, we are all connected through our shared human experience. The hieroglyphs stand as a bridge, linking us to a distant past, inviting us to explore the depths of a civilization that still captivates our imaginations. As we conclude our journey, we find ourselves standing once more before the Great Pyramids, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and gold. The shadows lengthen, and the air hums with the echoes of ancient voices. In this moment, we realize that we are part of a grand tapestry, woven together by the threads of history, culture, and connection. The hieroglyphs may be silent, but their stories live on, waiting for each new generation to listen, learn, and remember. This is the magic of the Egyptian connection, one that transcends time, reminding us of our shared humanity and the enduring power of words. In the cradle of ancient civilization, where the Nile River embraces the sun-kissed sands and the whispers of history dance upon the winds, lies a land shrouded in myth and mystery, the fabled land of Punt. Known as a realm of untold riches, Punt beckoned explorers and traders alike with promises of gold, myrrh, and exotic wonders. Today, we embark on a journey to uncover the allure of this enigmatic land, where the treasures of nature and the spirit of adventure converged. Imagine, if you will, the bustling streets of ancient Egypt. The scent of baked bread wafts through the air, mingling with the rich aroma of spices and incense. Merchants, adorned in fine linen, haggle over the vibrant goods displayed in their stalls. Yet, amidst this thriving marketplace, there is an insatiable hunger for something more, something that lies beyond the reaches of the Nile. The call of Punt, a distant land, resonates in the hearts of many. The first whispers of Punt can be traced back to the annals of Egyptian history, where references to this mythical place first appeared around 2500 BCE. It was during the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu that the earliest accounts emerged, but it was the great Hatshepsut who would etch Punt into the annals of fame. A powerful female pharaoh, she defied conventions and carved her legacy in stone. In her quest for glory, Hatshepsut commissioned an expedition to the land of Punt, sending her trusted envoy, a man named Nehesi, to uncover its treasures. As we follow Nehesi on this daring voyage, we can almost feel the salty spray of the sea against our skin. The journey to Punt was not an easy one. It was fraught with the uncertainties of the vast ocean. Yet, driven by the promise of wealth, Nehesi and his crew sailed forth, guided by the stars above and the winds at their backs. They navigated treacherous waters, braving storms and the unknown, their hearts filled with the thrill of discovery. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the shores of Punt emerged from the mist like a mirage. Lush greenery kissed by the sun greeted them, a stark contrast to the arid deserts of Egypt. It was a land alive with color and vitality, where the trees grew heavy with fragrant myrrh and the rivers sparkled like liquid gold. Here, the people of Punt thrived, their culture rich and vibrant, woven together by the threads of trade and tradition. As Nehesi stepped ashore, he was welcomed by the people of Punt, adorned in their own fineries, exchanging smiles and gestures of goodwill. They understood the language of trade, for they too were eager to share their treasures with the world. Myrrh, the resinous sap revered for its aromatic properties, flowed freely from the trees, while gold shimmered in the sunlight, a symbol of prosperity and power. The expedition's success was not merely measured in the weight of gold and myrrh that filled their ships, but in the bonds formed between two distant cultures. Nehesi marveled at the craftsmanship of the Puntites, who decorated their homes with intricate carvings and vibrant textiles. The land was a tapestry of life, woven with stories of gods and ancestors, of love and loss, of dreams and realities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, Nehesi gathered his crew for a feast with their newfound friends. They shared food and laughter, their differences blurred by the universal language of hospitality. In that moment, the barriers of distance and culture faded away, leaving only the warmth of shared human experience. Word of Hatshepsut's expedition and the wealth of Punt spread like wildfire through the Nile Valley. The pharaoh's name became synonymous with prosperity, and her reign heralded a golden age for Egypt. The trade routes flourished, and the once distant land became a vital part of the Egyptian economy. Myrrh, once a rare commodity, became a staple in temples and households alike, used in religious rituals, medicine, and perfumery. Yet, as time passed, the allure of Punt began to dim. The once bustling trade routes faced challenges, from shifts in power dynamics to the rise of new empires. The mysteries of Punt faded into the shadows, becoming a mere footnote in the grand tapestry of history. Scholars and archaeologists have sought to unravel its secrets, yet the true location of this land remains a tantalizing enigma. Some believe Punt to be located in the southern reaches of the Arabian Peninsula, while others argue it lies in the heart of Africa, perhaps along the coasts of modern-day Somalia or Eritrea. Each theory adds another layer to the rich narrative of Punt, yet the truth remains elusive, shrouded in the mists of time. But what is it about Punt that continues to capture our imagination centuries later? Perhaps it is the embodiment of our innate desire for exploration, the unquenchable thirst for discovery that drives us to seek the unknown. Or maybe it is the simple beauty of human connection, of two cultures coming together, united by the common pursuit of wealth and wisdom. As we gaze upon the remnants of ancient Egypt, the majestic pyramids, the towering temples, and the remnants of trade goods, we realize that the story of Punt is not merely a tale of riches. It is a story of humanity, of the bonds we forge through shared experiences and aspirations. It reminds us that even in our differences, we are bound by a common thread, the quest for understanding, connection, and the treasures that lie at the heart of our existence. So, as we conclude our journey through the land of gold and myrrh, let us carry with us the spirit of Punt. Let us embrace the adventure that life offers, seeking out the treasures that await us in the corners of our own world. For in every exchange, every encounter, there lies the potential for discovery, not just of material wealth, but of the richness of the human experience itself. In the end, the allure of Punt may not lie in its physical location, but in the stories it inspires, reminding us that the true treasures of life are found not in gold or myrrh, but in the connections we make, the cultures we embrace, and the adventures that shape our very souls. And so, the tale of Punt endures, an eternal testament to the spirit of exploration and the enduring quest for understanding that resides within us all. In the heart of ancient Egypt, where the sun cast its golden rays over the Nile and the scent of papyrus filled the air, a tale of adventure and exploration began to unfold. This is the story of the Great Voyages, a journey that would lead brave Egyptian explorers to the fabled land of Punt. A land wrapped in mystery, rich in treasures, and steeped in the whispers of the past. Punt was more than just a destination. It was a dream woven into the fabric of Egyptian ambition. As we stand at the threshold of this remarkable era, let us imagine ourselves in the bustling streets of Thebes. The city thrums with life. Merchants haggle over goods, artisans mold clay into intricate sculptures, and priests chant ancient hymns in reverence to the gods. Amongst this vibrant tapestry of life, the air buzzes with excitement as word spreads of an impending expedition to the legendary land of Punt. The pharaoh, a magnificent figure adorned in gold and lapis lazuli, sits upon his throne, his mind ablaze with visions of conquest and prosperity. It is during the reign of Hatshepsut, one of the most remarkable figures in Egyptian history, that the idea of reaching Punt is ignited. Hatshepsut, a queen who donned the crown of Pharaoh, understood that to secure her place in history, she must expand her kingdom's reach far beyond the familiar banks of the Nile. Punt, often thought to be located somewhere along the coasts of the Red Sea, perhaps in modern-day Somalia or Eritrea, was a land legendary for its wealth. Descriptions of Punt paint a picture of a paradise rich in gold, resins, exotic animals, and fragrant woods. The allure of such treasures was irresistible, and Hatshepsut, with an unyielding spirit, set her sights on this distant realm. The preparations for the great voyage were meticulous. Skilled craftsmen constructed grand ships, their wooden hulls sturdy and majestic, adorned with symbols of protection and prosperity. Each vessel was a marvel of engineering, designed to brave the unpredictable waters of the Red Sea. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow over the shipyard, the sounds of hammers striking wood resonated like a heartbeat, each strike a promise of adventure and discovery. As dawn broke on the day of departure, the city gathered to witness this monumental event. The air was thick with anticipation, and the scent of incense wafted through the crowd. Hatshepsut, donning her regal attire, stood before her people, her voice ringing out with confidence. She told them of the riches that awaited, of the glory that would be bestowed upon Egypt, and of the legacy that would forever be etched in stone. With blessings from the high priests and the adoration of her people, the ships set sail, gliding over the azure waters, cutting through the waves like arrows aimed at destiny. On board were skilled navigators, seasoned sailors and merchants eager to trade. Their hearts were filled with excitement and trepidation, for the journey ahead was fraught with unknown challenges. Days turned into weeks as the ships sailed through the embrace of the sea. They encountered fierce storms that tossed them mercilessly, and yet, through the tempests, the crew held fast to their dreams. They shared stories of their homeland, invoking the strength of their gods, and in those moments forged bonds that would stand the test of time. As they ventured further south, the landscape transformed. The familiar sights of the Nile were replaced by rugged coastlines and the vastness of the ocean. The crew's spirits surged as they spotted the distant shores of Punt, cloaked in lush greenery, the promise of wealth and wonder drawing nearer. The moment they docked, the vibrancy of the land enveloped them, a kaleidoscope of colors, sounds, and scents. The people of Punt greeted the Egyptians with a mixture of curiosity and hospitality. They were a people who understood trade and the value of alliances. The exchange of goods began immediately. Ivory, gold, and myrrh flowed like water between the two cultures. The Egyptians, in awe of the lush forests that seemed to breathe life, collected fragrant woods and exotic animals to bring back to their homeland. As days turned into weeks within the embrace of Punt, the Egyptians were not merely traders, but ambassadors of their culture. They shared stories of their pharaoh and the grandeur of Thebes, while learning about the customs and beliefs of the Puntites. They marveled at the unique crafts and vibrant artistry that adorned their new friends' homes, each piece telling a story of its own. Yet, amidst the beauty and camaraderie, there were challenges. The journey home was fraught with dangers. Storms brewed unexpectedly, and unfamiliar waters threatened to lead them astray. The crew, weary yet determined, navigated through their fears, relying on the stars and the sun to guide them. Each wave that crashed against the hull was a reminder of their resilience, their spirits unbroken, fueled by the treasures they carried in their holds and the stories they would tell upon their return. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the familiar silhouette of Egypt emerged on the horizon. As they sailed back into the embrace of the Nile, a sense of triumph washed over them. The pharaoh awaited, his heart swelling with pride at the sight of his returning voyagers. Hatshepsut, a beacon of strength and wisdom, welcomed her people home, her eyes gleaming with the stories of their journey. The treasures they brought back were not merely material wealth. They were symbols of unity, of the connections forged between two cultures. The incense of Punt filled the temples of Thebes, and the exotic animals roamed the lands, becoming part of the Egyptian narrative. The expedition to Punt was not just a tale of conquest. It was a testament to the spirit of exploration and the bonds that tie humanity together. As the stories of the Great Voyage spread across the land, they became woven into the very fabric of Egyptian identity. The echoes of Hatshepsut's ambition resonated through the ages, inspiring generations to dream, to explore, and to reach for the horizons that beckon just beyond the known. The legacy of the expeditions to Punt transcended time, reminding us all that the call of adventure is a universal language, one that speaks to the heart of every explorer ever ready to set sail into the unknown. In the annals of history, the journey to Punt stands not only as a remarkable chapter of Egyptian exploits, but also as a reminder that the world is vast, rich with cultures waiting to be discovered, and treasures that lie just beyond the horizon. As we close this chapter, let us carry with us the spirit of those ancient voyagers, forever yearning for discovery, forever inspired by the promise of adventure. In the heart of ancient Egypt, where the golden sands whispered tales of gods and pharaohs, there thrived a remarkable figure whose story transcended time. A woman who donned the crown of a king and carved her place in history against the backdrop of a male-dominated world. This is the tale of Hatshepsut, the fifth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, whose reign was marked by ambition, trade, and an extraordinary journey that would reshape the Egyptian empire. Born to the powerful royal family, Hatshepsut was the daughter of Thutmose I and Ahmose. From her earliest days, the seeds of destiny were sown, nurtured by the grandeur that surrounded her. She was not just a princess. She was destined to become a ruler. In a land where power was traditionally held by men, Hatshepsut broke the mold and became a beacon of strength and intelligence. But her path to the throne was anything but straightforward. When her husband, Thutmose II, passed away, the throne, rather than being inherited by their daughter, fell to Thutmose III, a mere child. Hatshepsut, with her royal lineage and experience, took on the role of regent, guiding the young king. But in her heart, she felt a burning desire to seize her own destiny. With a determination that would soon become legendary, she proclaimed herself pharaoh, adopting the full regalia and titles of a king. Imagine the scene. A woman, adorned in the traditional pharaonic garb, standing tall with the crook and flail, symbols of her authority. She wore the false beard of a king, a powerful statement that challenged the norms of her time. The people of Egypt gazed upon her with a mix of awe and skepticism. Could a woman truly rule as pharaoh? Hatshepsut, however, was undeterred. She set about proving her worth through a remarkable reign that would last for over 2 decades. During her time on the throne, Hatshepsut focused on building monumental structures and expanding trade routes. She understood the importance of wealth and resources for the stability of her kingdom. One of her most ambitious projects was the construction of her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, a breathtaking structure that would stand the test of time. This temple, with its grand terraces and colonnades, was not just a tribute to her reign, but also a reflection of her deep connection to the divine. The walls of the temple told stories of her divine birth and her relationship with the god Amun, reinforcing her legitimacy as ruler. Yet her legacy went beyond stone and mortar. Hatshepsut was a visionary who understood the value of trade and diplomacy. Her most famous expedition was to the land of Punt, a place shrouded in mystery and riches. Imagine the bustling docks of Thebes, the excitement in the air as ships were prepared for a journey into the unknown. Hatshepsut commissioned an expedition that would sail across the seas, bringing back treasures that would elevate Egypt's status in the ancient world. As the ships set sail, they were laden with the finest offerings from Egypt: gold, linen, and incense. The journey to Punt was fraught with uncertainty, but Hatshepsut's unwavering spirit inspired her sailors. They navigated treacherous waters, braving storms and uncharted territories. When they finally arrived, they were greeted by the lush landscapes of Punt, a land rich in resources. The expedition returned to Egypt with incredible wealth: myrrh trees, exotic animals, and precious metals, each item a testament to Hatshepsut's ambition and vision. As the treasures of Punt were paraded through the streets of Thebes, the people rejoiced. Hatshepsut's name echoed in their hearts. She was not just a ruler, she was a force of nature, a queen who transformed the landscape of Egypt through her courage and innovation. The successful expedition solidified her status, and her reign became synonymous with prosperity and peace. However, the sands of time are ever shifting, and Hatshepsut's reign was not without challenges. Thutmose III, her stepson, grew into a formidable warrior and ruler. As he came of age, he sought to reclaim his position and assert his authority. The tension between the two was palpable, a brewing storm that threatened to overshadow the legacy Hatshepsut had built. In the later years of her reign, Hatshepsut faced increasing opposition. It is said that she began to erase her own name from inscriptions, a strategic move born out of necessity. In a bid to secure her legacy, she presented herself as a male pharaoh in more ways than one, reinforcing her image as a king through statues and reliefs that depicted her in traditionally masculine forms. Yet this very act would lead to her being overshadowed by her stepson after her death. Upon Hatshepsut's passing, Thutmose III ascended to the throne, and in a striking act of reclamation, he sought to erase her from history. Statues were defaced, her name chiseled away from monuments as if to diminish her remarkable contributions to Egypt. But the desert sands hold secrets that time cannot fully erase. Hatshepsut's legacy endured in the hearts of those who had witnessed her reign, a reign that had brought prosperity, peace, and an unprecedented exploration of the world beyond the Nile. In the centuries that followed, Hatshepsut faded into obscurity, a forgotten pharaoh in the annals of history. But like the mighty Nile that nurtured her kingdom, her spirit flowed on, waiting to be rediscovered. It was not until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that archaeologists began to uncover her story, peeling back the layers of time to reveal the remarkable legacy of Hatshepsut. Today, she stands as a symbol of female empowerment and resilience, a testament to the strength of a woman who dared to defy the conventions of her time. Hatshepsut's journey is not merely one of power, it is a story of ambition, exploration, and the relentless pursuit of one's destiny. As we reflect on her reign, we are reminded that history is often written by those in power, but the whispers of the past, like the gentle breeze that dances across the sands of Egypt, carry the stories of those who dared to dream, to challenge, and to reign. Hatshepsut, the most famous journey, is a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary tales are those of the women who shaped the world in silence, only to rise again, echoing through time. In the heart of a sun-drenched desert, where the sands shift like whispers of ancient secrets, lies a temple whose walls tell the tale of a forgotten queen. Welcome, dear viewer, to the story of the Puntite queen, a figure lost to time, yet immortalized in the intricate images that adorn the temple's walls. Join us as we embark on a journey through history, art, and the enduring legacy of a woman who ruled in a land where the gods danced among mortals. As we approach the temple, its grand facade looms before us, a testament to the architectural prowess of a civilization that flourished thousands of years ago. The air is thick with the scent of incense and the echoes of prayers long since whispered. These walls, weathered yet proud, stand as silent sentinels, guarding the stories of gods and mortals alike. But among the figures of deities and pharaohs, it is the images of the Puntite queen that beckon us closer, inviting us to uncover her tale. The Puntite queen, a name that resonates like a melody from the past, ruled over a land known for its wealth and resources. Located at the southern edge of the known world, Punt was a fabled kingdom of riches, where ivory, gold, and exotic goods flowed like the Nile itself. But beyond the riches, it was the queen's spirit that captured the hearts of her people. Her presence was said to be as radiant as the sun, illuminating the darkest corners of her kingdom. As we step inside the temple, the coolness envelops us, a stark contrast to the relentless sun outside. The walls are adorned with vibrant hieroglyphs and vivid reliefs, each image a brushstroke in the grand canvas of history. We run our fingers along the carvings, feeling the grooves and contours that tell of the queen's life and reign. Her likeness appears in various scenes, each more captivating than the last. In one vivid tableau, the Puntite queen stands tall, adorned in splendid regalia that gleams in the flickering torchlight. Her headdress, a crown of gold and lapis lazuli, signifies her divine right to rule. Clutched in her hand is a sistrum, an instrument of music that echoes the joy of her people. The scene is a celebration, a festival of life, where the queen dances among her subjects, her laughter mingling with the joyous cries of the crowd. This image speaks of a time when the world was not divided by borders, but united by trade and culture. The Puntite queen was not merely a ruler, she was a bridge between worlds. Her relationships with neighboring kingdoms flourished as merchants and diplomats traveled to her court, bringing tales of distant lands and exotic treasures. It was through her leadership that Punt became a beacon of prosperity and peace. But as with all great stories, shadows lurk beneath the brilliance. Another panel reveals a more somber scene, where the queen stands resolute, facing a delegation of foreign emissaries. Their expressions are grave, their gifts laden with political undertones. The queen's gaze is unwavering, a testament to her strength and determination in the face of adversity. This image hints at the challenges she faced, the trials that tested her resolve. As we explore further, we come across a scene that captivates our imagination. The Puntite queen in the company of the gods. She is depicted in ritual, offering incense and prayers to deities who watch over her kingdom. The images shimmer with a divine light, illustrating the deep connection she maintained with the spiritual realm. It was said that her wisdom was guided by the gods and her decisions were made with their blessing. Here, the boundaries between the mortal and the divine blur, showcasing a ruler who understood the intricate dance of power and spirituality. The temple walls also recount the stories of her family, her lineage woven into the fabric of her reign. We see her seated on a throne, flanked by her children, their faces mirroring her strength and beauty. As a mother, she instilled in them the values of leadership and compassion. Her legacy was not only in the riches of her kingdom, but in the hearts of her children, who would carry forth her spirit long after her reign had ended. But time is a relentless tide, and with it comes the inevitable ebbing of power. As we turn to another wall, we find an image that stands as a poignant reminder of mortality. The queen, now aged, is depicted surrounded by her advisors, her face etched with wisdom and weariness. The once vibrant colours have dulled, mirroring the fading of her kingdom's glory. Yet even in this moment there is dignity, a quiet strength that whispers of her enduring influence. The queen may have aged, but her spirit remains immortal, etched into the very stones of the temple. The final scenes we encounter are perhaps the most profound. They depict the queen's passing, a moment that reverberated through the annals of history. Her image lies serenely, surrounded by offerings and mourners, a testament to the love and reverence she garnered throughout her life. The walls tell us that her spirit ascended to the heavens, joining the stars that twinkled above her kingdom. In this moment, she transforms from a ruler into a legend, her story woven into the very fabric of time. As we step back from the walls, it becomes clear that the Puntite queen is more than a figure of the past. She is a symbol of resilience, strength, and the enduring power of love. Her images remind us that while empires may rise and fall, the stories of those who lived, loved, and ruled continue to echo through the ages. Today, the temple stands as a monument not only to the queen, but to all who came before her. It invites us to reflect on our own legacies, the stories we weave in the tapestry of our lives. What will we leave behind when our time comes? What will the walls of our own lives tell about us? In the end, the tale of the Puntite queen is not just a story of a woman who ruled. It is a story of humanity, of connection, and of the timeless dance between power and grace. As we leave the temple, we carry her spirit with us, a reminder that while the sands of time may shift, the essence of those who came before us remains etched in our hearts, guiding us as we navigate the ever-unfolding story of our own lives. And so, as the sun sets on the horizon, casting a golden hue across the desert, we bid farewell to the Puntite queen, knowing that her legacy will continue to inspire those who seek to understand the beauty and complexity of our shared human experience. Thank you for joining us on this journey through time, where every image, every story, brings us closer to the pulse of history that beats within us all. In the annals of ancient history, few tales captivate the imagination quite like that of the Egyptians and their legendary voyages to the distant land of Punt. Often shrouded in mystery, this fabled realm was a source of exotic goods and treasures, a place where the Nile flowed into the heart of the unknown. Today, we embark on a journey to uncover how these remarkable ships of the Nile bridged the gap between the known and the mysterious, connecting the civilization of the pharaohs to the alluring shores of Punt. Picture, if you will, the banks of the Nile, alive with the sounds of bustling life. The sun rises over the horizon, casting a golden hue over the vast expanse of the river. This lifeblood of Egypt, stretching over 4,000 miles, is not merely a body of water. It is a passage, a connector of cultures, and a facilitator of trade. For the Egyptians, the Nile was a highway of opportunity, a means to explore, expand, and thrive. As we delve into this narrative, we must first understand the spirit of the age. The Egyptians were not merely passive observers of the world around them. They were intrepid explorers, fueled by curiosity and the insatiable desire for wealth. Their civilization flourished alongside the Nile, but their ambitions reached far beyond its banks. Tales of a distant land, rich with gold, precious stones, and wondrous flora and fauna, stirred the imaginations of those who ruled and those who toiled. It is here that the story of the ships of the Nile begins to unfold. These vessels were not mere wooden constructs. They were marvels of engineering, reflective of the ingenuity and craftsmanship of the Egyptian people. Built primarily from the sturdy cedar wood imported from Lebanon, the ships were designed to navigate the complex waterways and treacherous currents of the Nile. Their hulls were crafted with precision, allowing them to glide effortlessly across the water, while their sails caught the warm winds that guided them on their journeys. But what truly set these ships apart was their purpose. They were not only vessels of trade, they were instruments of exploration, capable of traversing the vast distances to foreign lands. The Egyptians understood that to reach Punt, they would need to navigate both the Nile and the open seas, facing the unpredictable whims of nature. Each journey was a leap into the unknown, a daring expedition that promised both peril and reward. As we imagine the crews preparing for these voyages, we can almost hear the excitement in the air. Skilled sailors, seasoned by years of navigating the Nile, gathered at the docks, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of torches. They spoke in hushed tones of the wonders that awaited them, the fragrant woods of Punt, the ivory and gold that sparkled in the sun, and the vibrant textiles that would adorn the palaces of their beloved pharaohs. The preparations were meticulous. Each ship was loaded with supplies, food, water, and tools for trade. The crews prayed to the gods for protection and safe passage, invoking the blessings of Ra, the sun god, and Hathor, the goddess of love and joy. With hearts pounding and spirits high, the sailors set out, their ships slicing through the waters, leaving the familiar shores of Egypt behind. As they ventured down the Nile, the landscape transformed. The lush greenery gave way to the arid desert, and the air grew thick with anticipation. The journey to Punt was not just a physical expedition, it was a spiritual pilgrimage, a quest for knowledge and prosperity. The sailors relied on the stars above and the currents below, drawing on ancient wisdom passed down through generations. Days turned into weeks as they navigated through uncharted waters. The crew faced the elements, storms that roared like lions, waves that crashed against the hulls, and winds that threatened to tear the sails apart. Yet despite the challenges, the Egyptians pressed on, driven by their dreams of discovery. Each wave was a reminder of their resilience, each gust of wind a call to adventure. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the horizon began to shift. The silhouette of land emerged, a mirage of beauty that promised riches beyond imagination. As they drew closer, the shores of Punt revealed themselves, a paradise filled with lush greenery, exotic wildlife, and the tantalizing scent of spices wafting through the air. The sailors could hardly contain their excitement. They had reached the fabled land that had captured their dreams. Upon arriving, the Egyptians were met with a warm welcome from the inhabitants of Punt. This was not merely a place of trade, it was a cultural exchange, a meeting of two worlds. The Egyptians marveled at the beauty of the land, the towering trees, the vibrant flowers, and the unique animals that roamed freely. They traded goods, exchanging their fine linen and handcrafted jewelry for the treasures of Punt, gold, incense, and precious myrrh. The interactions between the two peoples were rich and vibrant. The Egyptians shared their knowledge of agriculture and architecture, while the Puntites introduced them to the art of navigation and exploration. Stories were exchanged, languages mingled, and friendships blossomed. The spirit of collaboration transcended the barriers of geography and culture, creating connections that would endure through time. Yet, as with all great adventures, the time came for the Egyptians to return home. Their ships, now laden with treasures, set sail once more, navigating the waters that had brought them to this wondrous land. The journey back was filled with tales of triumph and discovery as the sailors reflected on the experiences that had shaped them. They were no longer just traders, they were ambassadors of their civilization, carrying the legacy of Egypt into the hearts of their own people. As the ships glided back along the Nile, the shores of Egypt came into view once more. The sight was a poignant reminder of the journey they had undertaken, a journey filled with challenges, discoveries, and an unyielding spirit of exploration. The treasures they brought back were not just material riches, they were symbols of a connection forged across oceans, a testament to human resilience and curiosity. In time, the tales of these voyages would be immortalized in art and literature. The walls of temples would depict the grandeur of the ships of the Nile, their sails billowing in the wind, carrying the dreams of a civilization that dared to explore. The story of Punt became a legend, a reminder that the pursuit of knowledge and adventure knows no bounds. As we reflect on the legacy of the Egyptians and their remarkable journeys to Punt, we are reminded of the power of exploration. It is a journey that transcends time and space, a testament to the human spirit's desire to reach beyond the horizon. The ships of the Nile were more than just vessels. They were symbols of hope, courage, and the enduring quest for discovery, an eternal reminder that the world is vast, and within it lies the promise of adventure waiting to be embraced. In the heart of ancient civilizations, where the sun kissed the earth with golden rays and the air hummed with the vibrant pulse of trade, a fascinating world thrived. It was a world where exotic animals roamed and fragrant incense wafted through the air, symbolizing not just luxury, but the intricate web of connections that united far-flung lands. Join me on this journey as we explore the enchanting chapter of trade and tribute, a time when the exotic and the aromatic were more than mere commodities, they were the lifeblood of empires. We begin our story in the bustling marketplaces of the ancient Near East, where merchants from distant lands converged. The scent of spices, sandalwood, and myrrh mingled with the earthy aroma of the marketplace, creating a heady atmosphere that drew people in like moths to a flame. Here, the air was thick with anticipation as traders displayed their wares, exotic animals, shimmering silks and fragrant resins, all treasures of the known world. Imagine a young trader named Asher, whose heart raced with excitement as he prepared for the grand market day. He had travelled long and far, crossing arid deserts and winding rivers, driven by a single goal, to bring back the most exquisite offerings for the king's court. Among his prized possessions were rare birds, their feathers a riot of colours that danced in the sun, and sleek, graceful leopards, their spots like shadows on golden sands. These animals were not merely possessions, they were symbols of power and status, embodying the wealth of the lands from which they hailed. Asher knew that the king's favour came at a price, and to earn it, he needed to present gifts that spoke of his journeys. The exotic animals he brought would be paraded through the streets, a living testament to his travels and an embodiment of the far-reaching influence of the kingdom. The people would gaze in awe, their imaginations ignited by the sight of creatures they had only heard of in tales. It was within these moments that trade transformed into tribute, a display of loyalty and admiration for the crown. But the trade of exotic animals was not without its darker shadows. Behind the vibrant market stalls and the joyful chatter of merchants lay the harsh realities of capture and transport. The leopards that Asher so proudly displayed had been torn from their natural habitats, and the beautiful birds had been snatched from the treetops, their songs silenced by captivity. The allure of these creatures masked a more sombre truth, a truth known to the traders, yet often overlooked by the eager onlookers. As Asher navigated the bustling market, he was not alone in his pursuits. Across the seas, in the great civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia, the demand for exotic animals surged. Lions, elephants, and even rare species like the ibex were sought after as symbols of divine power and strength. Pharaohs adorned their courts with these magnificent beasts, believing that their presence would bestow favor from the gods. The Great Nile River served as a lifeblood for trade, connecting Egypt to the lands of Africa where animals roamed free and wild. The incense trade flourished alongside the demand for exotic animals. It was not merely a luxury, it was a sacred offering, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Myrrh, frankincense, and other aromatic resins were harvested from trees that grew in arid regions, their scents a reminder of the divine. These precious commodities travelled great distances, making their way to temples and palaces where they were burned in ceremonies to honour the gods. The smoke curled upward, carrying prayers and hopes to the heavens, enveloping the worshippers in a fragrant embrace. Imagine the grand temples of the ancient world, their high ceilings adorned with intricate carvings and their altars laden with offerings. Priests, cloaked in robes of fine linen, would sprinkle incense into the flames, releasing plumes of fragrant smoke that danced in the air. The sweet aroma enveloped the congregation, creating a transcendent experience that connected them to the divine. Each scent told a story, a narrative of devotion and reverence that echoed through the ages. As trade routes expanded, the exchange of goods transformed not only economies, but also cultures. The ancient Silk Road, a sprawling network of pathways, became the lifeline for merchants and adventurers alike. Spices from the east, gems from the west, and exotic animals from the heart of Africa found their way into the hands of those willing to embrace the unknown. The stories of these journeys were woven into the fabric of society, tales of adventure, danger, and the pursuit of wealth that captivated the imagination of many. Amidst this vibrant tapestry of trade, one cannot overlook the role of tribute in the relationships between kingdoms. Tribute was not merely a token of respect, it was a powerful political tool. Rulers would send exotic animals and precious goods to their neighbors, solidifying alliances or demonstrating dominance. A king who received a majestic elephant as a gift would be reminded of his power, while the sender would bask in the glory of their generosity. It was a dance of diplomacy, a balance between power and privilege, where the stakes were as high as the rewards. As we delve deeper into this world, we uncover the stories of legendary traders who navigated treacherous landscapes to fulfill their dreams. Take, for instance, the tale of a fearless merchant named Zara, who journeyed across the vast deserts of Arabia. Her caravans were laden with treasures, silk, spices, and the silvery shimmer of incense. With each passing mile, she encountered both challenges and wonders, from treacherous sandstorms to breathtaking oases where palm trees swayed in the gentle breeze. Zara understood that the key to successful trading lay not just in the goods she carried, but in the relationships she built along the way. At each stop, she engaged with local tribes, sharing stories and exchanging knowledge. In return, she gained valuable insights into the tastes and preferences of the people she encountered. This knowledge would shape her offerings, allowing her to present not just goods, but the essence of the lands she had traveled. As trade routes flourished, so did the desire for the unusual and the rare. The demand for exotic animals reached astonishing heights, with kings and queens seeking the extraordinary to fill their menageries. Imagine a royal court where peacocks strutted with their iridescent feathers, tigers prowled, and monkeys chattered in delight. Each creature was a marvel, a living piece of art that spoke of the world beyond the horizon. Yet, the delicate balance of this flourishing trade was threatened. As the demand for exotic animals grew, so did the pressure on their natural habitats. The once vibrant landscapes began to change as forests were cleared and ecosystems disrupted. The very essence of what made these animals special was at risk, a poignant reminder of the fragility of nature and the consequences of insatiable desire. As our journey through this chapter of trade and tribute draws to a close, we are left with a tapestry woven from tales of adventure, power, and the relentless pursuit of beauty. Exotic animals and fragrant incense were not mere commodities. They were symbols of connection, bridging cultures and empires across vast distances. They remind us of the intricate dance between humanity and nature, a dance that continues to resonate through the ages. In this world of trade, every item exchanged carried with it a story of journeys taken, of lives intertwined, and of the delicate balance between wealth and responsibility. And as we reflect on this chapter of history, we are reminded that the allure of the exotic and the fragrant still beckons us, encouraging us to explore, to connect, and to appreciate the wonders of the world around us. In the heart of ancient lands, where the sun rises over golden sands and the air is thick with the scent of mystery, there lies a world where trees whisper secrets of the past. This world is rich with tales of the sacred myrrh and frankincense, two resins that have shaped civilizations, ignited spiritual journeys, and inspired devotion across continents. As we embark on this journey, let us delve into the enchanting story of the incense trees, their sacred gifts, and the profound impact they have had on humanity. In the arid deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, the boswellia tree stands tall and proud. Its gnarled branches stretch toward the azure sky, a testament to its resilience in a landscape that seems to challenge life itself. This tree is the source of frankincense, a resin that has been revered for millennia. The ancients believed that the sweet, pungent aroma of frankincense could connect the earthly realm to the divine. It was more than just a scent. It was a bridge between the material and the spiritual, an offering of devotion that transcended time. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, we find ourselves in the bustling markets of ancient Arabia. Here, merchants proudly display their wares, and the air is thick with the mingling scents of spices and incense. The rich, woody notes of frankincense rise above all, capturing the attention of passers-by. It is not merely a product, it is a symbol of wealth, status, and spirituality. Priests and kings alike would gather this precious resin, using it in rituals that sought the favor of the gods. Its smoke would rise in spirals, carrying prayers and intentions upward, where they might be received by celestial beings. But the allure of these sacred trees extends beyond the shores of Arabia. Travel with me to the lush landscapes of East Africa, where the commiphora tree thrives, giving birth to the aromatic myrrh. This resin, often overshadowed by its more famous counterpart, carries its own stories of healing and reverence. The ancient Egyptians, masters of the afterlife, utilized myrrh in their embalming processes, believing it to be a key to the eternal journey. Its fragrance was a companion for the departed, guiding souls through the realms of the unknown. As we wander through the annals of history, we discover that myrrh was not only coveted for its preservative qualities, but also for its medicinal properties. In the scrolls of ancient medicine, myrrh was revered as a powerful healer, used to treat wounds, alleviate pain, and soothe ailments. It was a gift from the earth, a natural remedy that spoke of nature's profound wisdom. The connection between myrrh and the human experience runs deep, weaving a tapestry of healing, spirituality, and reverence. In the sacred texts of various cultures, we find mention of these resins, each word imbued with the weight of history. The Bible, a cornerstone of spirituality for billions, speaks of frankincense and myrrh as offerings fit for kings. The gifts brought by the Magi to the newborn Jesus were not mere tokens, they were symbols of faith, hope, and the promise of a new beginning. The act of giving these resins was an acknowledgement of divinity, a recognition of the sacred in the mundane. As we explore the significance of these resins, we cannot overlook their role in rituals and ceremonies. Picture the flickering flames of an ancient altar surrounded by the hushed reverence of worshippers. The priest, draped in flowing robes, takes a handful of frankincense and places it on the embers. Instantly, the air fills with smoke, curling upward in delicate tendrils. This is a moment of connection, a communion with the divine that transcends the physical realm. The aroma envelops the congregation, creating a sacred space where the spiritual and the earthly intertwine. But the story of incense trees is not just one of reverence. It is also a tale of trade and exploration. The ancient trade routes, like veins coursing through the landscape, facilitated the exchange of not just goods, but ideas, cultures, and beliefs. Frankincense and myrrh traveled far beyond their native lands, reaching the bustling markets of Rome, the palaces of India, and the temples of Asia. The Silk Road became a lifeline for these precious resins, a path where merchants exchanged stories as much as they did trade. The allure of these scents created an insatiable demand, sparking expeditions and adventures that would reshape the world. As we navigate through the centuries, we encounter the rise and fall of empires, each leaving its mark on the legacy of frankincense and myrrh. The Roman Empire, in its quest for luxury and opulence, sought these resins to adorn their lavish banquets and sacred ceremonies. The scent of frankincense wafted through the grand halls, enhancing the experience of feasting and celebration. In contrast, the powerful kingdoms of the East incorporated myrrh into their healing practices, intertwining the physical and spiritual realms. Yet the allure of incense trees is not confined to the pages of history. In our modern world, the significance of myrrh and frankincense remains alive and vibrant. As we delve into wellness practices, we discover the resurgence of these ancient resins in aromatherapy and holistic healing. Their calming and grounding properties find new life in the hands of practitioners who honor the wisdom of the past. The scent of frankincense wafts through yoga studios, creating an atmosphere of tranquility, while myrrh is embraced in rituals of self-care and reflection. In the age of technology and advancement, the ancient trees still stand as guardians of our heritage, their presence a reminder of a time when the sacred and the everyday were intrinsically linked. As we breathe in the rich aroma of these resins, we are transported to a world where the divine was sought in the simplest of offerings. The scent lingers, wrapping around us like a warm embrace, inviting us to reflect on our own connections to the sacred. As we conclude our journey through the realm of the incense trees, we are left with a profound understanding of the significance of myrrh and frankincense. They are not just resins extracted from trees, they are vessels of history, culture, and spirituality. They carry the whispers of our ancestors, reminding us of the bonds we share with the earth and the divine. In a world that often feels disconnected, the scents of these sacred trees invite us to pause, to reflect, and to reconnect with the mysteries that lie within and beyond. So, as we step back into our modern lives, let us carry with us the essence of the incense trees. Let us honor their gifts and the stories they hold, weaving them into the fabric of our own lives. For in the sweet, smoky embrace of frankincense and the earthy warmth of myrrh, we find not just fragrance, but a reminder of the sacred journey we all share. A journey that transcends time and space, uniting us in our quest for meaning and connection. In the heart of a land where the sun spills golden light across rolling hills and vibrant valleys, we find ourselves drawn into the captivating world of Puntite culture, a civilization that flourished in harmony with the rhythms of nature. Their story is not just one of architectural marvels, but of a profound connection between life and the very spaces they inhabited. Today we embark on a journey through the remarkable tapestry of Puntite architecture and the way it intricately wove together the lives of its people. Imagine, if you will, the dawn of a new day in Punt, where the first rays of sunlight kiss the earth, awakening a landscape rich with life. As the mists of morning lift, we see the silhouettes of Puntite structures rising gracefully against the sky. These buildings are not merely shelters, they are manifestations of the Puntite spirit, reflecting their beliefs, aspirations, and deep reverence for the world around them. Puntite architecture is characterized by its organic forms and use of natural materials. The walls, crafted from sun-baked clay and locally sourced stone, are adorned with intricate carvings that tell stories of the land, the sky, and the divine. As we walk through the narrow, winding streets of a Puntite village, we are enveloped by the scent of earth and the sounds of life. Children play, laughter echoing against the walls, while elders gather in shaded courtyards, sharing tales that have been passed down through generations. The heart of any Puntite community is the communal space, a gathering place designed for connection. Here, under the cool shade of large trees, families come together to celebrate festivals, share meals, and discuss matters that affect their lives. The architecture allows for an open flow of movement, inviting everyone to participate. It is a testament to their belief that life is best lived in community. The design is intentional, facilitating dialogue and fostering relationships, reminding us that architecture is not just about structures, but about the lives that unfold within them. As we delve deeper into the essence of Puntite life, we uncover the significance of their sacred spaces. Temples and shrines dot the landscape, each a marvel of design and intention. Built atop hills or beside flowing rivers, these structures are not mere buildings. They are portals to the divine, places where the earthly and the celestial meet. The Puntites believed that architecture could bridge the gap between their daily lives and the spiritual realm. Step inside a temple, and you are immediately enveloped by a sense of peace. The light filters softly through openings designed to capture the sun's journey across the sky. The walls are alive with color, adorned with murals depicting celestial bodies and mythical beings, each stroke a testament to the Puntite understanding of existence. Here, rituals take place where the community gathers to honor the gods and give thanks for the bounty of the land. The architecture of the temple serves not only as a backdrop but as a participant in these sacred moments, shaping the experience of worship and connection to the divine. But architecture in Punt is not static. It breathes and evolves with the people. As we journey through time, we witness how each generation contributes to the landscape, building upon the legacies of their ancestors while infusing their unique perspectives. The traditional styles remain, yet there is a subtle innovation, a willingness to adapt that speaks to the resilience of the Puntite spirit. This dynamic relationship between the past and present is evident in the way new structures harmonize with the old, creating a continuous dialogue that honors history while embracing change. In the villages, we find homes that reflect the very fabric of Puntite life. Each dwelling is a sanctuary, designed with care and affection. The architecture is intimate, with small, cozy rooms that invite warmth and connection. Courtyards flourish with gardens, where families cultivate not only food, but also memories. The home is a living entity, a place where laughter resonates and stories are woven into the walls. Every corner holds a piece of history, every crack a testament to the passage of time. The architecture embodies the spirit of family, where generations come together, nurturing and supporting one another in the ebb and flow of life. Yet the architecture of Punt is not solely confined to the boundaries of human habitation. The Puntites have a profound respect for nature, and this is reflected in their sustainable practices. They understand that their existence is intertwined with the environment, and their buildings reflect this symbiosis. Structures are often designed to harness natural light and ventilation, minimizing the need for artificial resources. Rainwater is collected and used, while gardens flourish on rooftops, providing both sustenance and beauty. The architecture of Punt is a celebration of life, a reminder that every choice made in design is a choice made in respect for the earth. As we wander through this enchanting land, we cannot ignore the role of art in the architecture of Punt. Each building is a canvas, adorned with sculptures and mosaics that tell stories of heroes and legends. The artisans, skilled in their craft, pour their heart and soul into every creation, infusing the structures with cultural significance. The vibrant colors and intricate patterns are a reflection of the Puntite worldview where art and life are inseparable. It is through this lens of creativity that we see the potential of architecture not just as a physical space, but as a vessel for cultural expression and identity. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the landscape, we are reminded of the cyclical nature of life in Punt. The architecture, with its ability to adapt and evolve, mirrors the resilience of the people who call this land home. Each structure stands as a testament to their journey, a symbol of their interconnectedness with one another and the world around them. In the end, as we reflect on the story of Puntite culture, we realize that architecture is more than just stone and clay. It is a narrative woven into the very fabric of existence, a living expression of life itself. The Puntites have crafted not just buildings, but a community, a legacy that transcends time. Their architecture speaks of their dreams, their struggles, and their triumphs, inviting us to appreciate the beauty in the relationship between life and the spaces we inhabit. As we close this chapter on the architecture and life of the Puntite people, we carry with us a deeper understanding of what it means to build not just for shelter, but for connection, reverence, and love. In the shadows of their structures, we find the light of their stories, illuminating the path for all who seek to create a world where architecture and life dance in harmony. In the golden sands of ancient Egypt, where the Nile weaves its way through the heart of the land like a lifeblood, a tale unfolds that transcends mere historical accounts. It is a story steeped in mystery, spirituality, and the profound exchange of cultures, an odyssey that leads us to the fabled land of Punt. This land, often referred to as the land of the gods, whispered across the ages, beckons us to explore the depths of its significance to the ancient Egyptians and the broader tapestry of human belief. Imagine, if you will, the bustling marketplaces of Thebes, where merchants hawked their wares under the watchful gaze of the sun. The air was thick with the sense of incense, spices, and the laughter of children playing by the banks of the great river. Amidst this vibrant chorus, there existed a profound yearning for the divine, a yearning that permeated every aspect of life. The Egyptians were a people who recognized the presence of the divine in everything around them, from the majestic Nile to the smallest scarab beetle. Their pantheon of gods was not merely a collection of mythic figures, they were embodiments of the natural world, representing forces both benevolent and fierce. In this rich tapestry of belief, the gods of Punt emerged as figures of reverence and wonder. The Egyptians believed that Punt, located somewhere beyond the horizon, was not just a place but a realm of spiritual exchange, a land from which the gods themselves descended to bless the Nile Valley. According to ancient texts, Punt was believed to be the source of precious commodities, including gold, incense, and myrrh, which were essential to the rituals and ceremonies that connected the earthly to the divine. The journey to Punt was not just a commercial endeavor, it was a pilgrimage of faith. The Egyptian expeditions to this sacred land were shrouded in both trepidation and excitement. Imagine the sight of sturdy ships, their sails billowing like the wings of great birds, laden with offerings to the gods, setting forth on the tranquil waters of the Red Sea. These voyages were fraught with peril. Storms, treacherous waters, and the unknown awaited them. Yet the promise of divine favor and the allure of Punt's treasures compelled them onward. As our ships glide across the shimmering sea, we immerse ourselves in the stories of those brave souls who ventured forth. They were not merely traders, they were emissaries of a culture that sought to bridge the gap between the mortal and the divine. Each journey was a quest, a sacred act of devotion aimed at securing the favor of the gods. In Punt, they believed they would find not only wealth but a deeper connection with the divine. Upon reaching the shores of Punt, the Egyptians were greeted by a landscape that was both foreign and enchanting. Lush greenery contrasted sharply with the arid climate of their homeland. It was a paradise where the air was thick with the scent of fragrant blooms, and where the sun cast a golden hue upon the earth. The Puntites, a people whose customs and beliefs were both distinct and captivating, welcomed the Egyptians with open arms. Through the exchange of goods, ideas, and spiritual practices, a cultural tapestry began to weave itself, an intricate pattern of shared beliefs and mutual respect. The Egyptians, in their encounters with the Puntites, witnessed a different expression of spirituality. The gods of Punt, much like their own, were revered and honored, but there was a sense of harmony in their practices, a recognition of the interconnectedness of all life. Rituals were not confined to temples, they unfolded in the natural world, celebrating the cycles of life and death, the seasons, and the bounty of the earth. The Puntites, it seemed, lived in a constant dialogue with the divine, a conversation that echoed through the rustling leaves and the gentle lapping of waves. As the Egyptians gathered the treasures of Punt, they also returned home with something far more profound, the knowledge of a different way of relating to the divine. The incense and myrrh, so vital for their sacred rituals, were not merely commodities, they were vessels of spiritual connection. The Egyptians began to incorporate elements of Puntite spirituality into their own practices, blending the two traditions into a rich tapestry of belief. The The stories of the gods of Punt travelled back to the heart of Egypt, where they would find their place alongside the great deities of the Nile, Amun, Osiris, Isis. These gods would now share the stage with the new pantheon that emerged from the fertile soil of Punt. The interactions between these cultures brought forth a new understanding of divinity, one that transcended geographical boundaries and celebrated the shared human experience of seeking the divine. But the legacy of Punt does not end with the exchange of goods and ideas. It serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of spiritual connection in an ever-changing world. The fervent desire to seek the divine, to understand our place in the cosmos, is a thread that binds humanity together, regardless of culture or creed. As we reflect on the ancient Egyptians' journeys, we are reminded that the quest for meaning and connection is timeless. As the centuries rolled on, the tales of Punt would fade into myth, becoming one of the many stories that populate the annals of history. Yet the essence of what Punt represented, the harmonious exchange of spirituality, culture, and belief, endures. The gods of Punt, once revered by those who sought their blessings, live on in the hearts of those who continue to seek understanding and connection in a world that often feels fragmented. Today, as we navigate our own spiritual journeys, we can draw inspiration from the ancient Egyptians and the people of Punt. Their voyages remind us that the quest for the divine is not confined to the pages of history. It is a living, breathing pursuit that shapes our identities and connects us to one another. In a world that can feel vast and isolating, the tales of the gods of Punt invite us to embrace the beauty of diversity, to honor the myriad ways in which people seek the sacred, and to recognize that, ultimately, we are all travelers on the same journey, a journey toward understanding, connection, and the divine. So, as we close this chapter on the gods of Punt, let us carry forward their legacy of spiritual exchange, letting it illuminate our own paths as we seek the treasures that lie within and beyond. For in the end, it is the stories we share and the connections we forge that weave the fabric of our shared human experience, resonating through the ages, just as the winds once carried the whispers of the gods across the waves of time. In the annals of ancient history, few cultures evoke as much intrigue and fascination as the people of Punt. Known as the land of the gods, Punt holds an elusive place in the hearts and minds of historians, archaeologists, and adventurers alike. Nestled somewhere along the coasts of the Red Sea and the African Horn, Punt was more than just a location. It was a realm filled with wonder, rich resources, and a distinctive way of life that has echoed through time. As we embark on this journey, we'll delve into the appearance, clothing, and roles of the people who called this enigmatic land their home. To truly grasp the essence of Punt, we must first transport ourselves back to an age long past, where the sun kissed the shores of a vibrant civilization and the air was thick with the scents of exotic spices and incense. Imagine a bustling marketplace, alive with the chatter of merchants and the laughter of children. The people of Punt were known for their striking features, a blend of beauty and strength that captivated those who encountered them. Their skin, sun-kissed and radiant, reflected the warmth of their homeland, while their hair, often styled in intricate ways, flowed like the rivers that nourished their land. Men and women alike took pride in their appearance, adorning themselves with jewelry crafted from gold and precious stones, glittering in the sunlight like the stars that adorned the night sky. Clothing in Punt was not merely a matter of function. It was a vital expression of identity and status. The garments worn by the people were often made from linen, a fabric prized for its coolness in the sweltering heat. The men typically adorned themselves with kilts or loincloths, which allowed for freedom of movement as they navigated the rugged terrain of their homeland. These garments were often dyed in vibrant colors, showcasing the natural pigments derived from the flora that surrounded them. The hues of deep reds, earthy browns and lush greens spoke of the bountiful landscape of Punt, a land where nature flourished. Women, on the other hand, wore long dresses that flowed gracefully around them, accentuating their form while providing comfort and ease. These garments were often adorned with intricate beadwork and embroidery, each stitch telling a story of tradition and heritage. It was not uncommon for women to wear elaborate headpieces crafted from feathers and flowers, a symbol of their connection to the divine. Such adornments were not just for beauty. They were a reflection of the spiritual beliefs that permeated the culture of Punt as the people sought to honor the gods who blessed them with abundance. As we explore the roles of the Puntites, we discover that their society was intricately woven together, much like the fabrics they wore. Each individual had a part to play in the grand tapestry of life, contributing to the prosperity of their community. The economy of Punt was largely driven by trade. The people were skilled merchants, exchanging goods such as gold, incense, myrrh, and exotic animals with neighboring regions. Their ability to navigate the waters and traverse the land made them formidable traders, their reputation spreading far and wide. Among the roles within this vibrant society, we find the priests and priestesses, revered figures who acted as intermediaries between the divine and the mortal. Clad in the finest linen, they performed rituals and ceremonies that honored the gods, ensuring the continued favor of the celestial beings. Their presence commanded respect as they held the power to invoke blessings upon the land. The priests and priestesses played a crucial role in the spiritual life of Punt, guiding their people through the cycles of nature and the rhythms of life. Warriors, too, held a prominent place in the society of Punt. Equipped with weapons crafted from bronze and wood, they defended their land and people against intruders and rival tribes. These brave individuals wore armor that not only protected them in battle, but also showcased their valor. The warriors of Punt were celebrated in tales and songs, their bravery immortalized in the hearts of the people. They were not merely protectors, they were symbols of strength, embodying the spirit of resilience that characterized the Puntites. In the heart of this society, the artisans and craftsmen worked diligently, their hands creating beauty from the raw materials that surrounded them. Skilled in their trades, they produced intricate pottery, stunning jewelry, and beautifully woven textiles. The artisans were the keepers of tradition, passing down their knowledge through generations, ensuring that the legacy of Punt would endure. Their creations were not only functional, they were expressions of artistry and culture, reflecting the soul of a people deeply connected to their environment. As we walk through the thriving settlements of Punt, we cannot ignore the significance of the family unit. Families were the backbone of society, nurturing the next generation and instilling values that would carry forward. Children played freely under the watchful eyes of their parents, learning the ways of their ancestors through play and storytelling. The bonds of kinship were strong, with extended families living together and supporting one another in times of need. The laughter of children mingled with the sounds of daily life, creating a harmonious melody that resonated throughout the land. The people of Punt were also known for their deep connection to nature. They revered the environment that sustained them, recognizing that their survival depended on the delicate balance of the ecosystem. The Puntites practiced sustainable farming and fishing, ensuring that the land would continue to thrive for generations to come. Their understanding of the rhythms of nature was reflected in their customs and traditions, as they celebrated the changing seasons with festivals that honored the earth and its bounty. As we bid farewell to the people of Punt, we are left with a sense of awe and admiration for their culture. Their appearance, clothing, and roles were not merely aspects of life, they were the threads that wove together a rich tapestry of existence. The Puntites embodied a spirit of resilience, creativity, and harmony with nature that resonates even in our modern world. In a time when the sands of history often bury the stories of cultures long gone, the legacy of Punt endures. It serves as a reminder of the beauty of diversity, the importance of community, and the deep connection between humanity and the earth. As we reflect on their lives, we are inspired to honor our own heritage and to recognize the shared threads that unite us all. The people of Punt may have vanished from the pages of history, but their spirit lives on, whispering through the winds of time, inviting us to remember and to learn. In the vast tapestry of our world's history, few regions have woven stories as vibrant and complex as the lands bordering the Red Sea. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the ancient civilization of Punt, a mysterious and legendary kingdom that once thrived along the shores of this iconic body of water. Close your eyes and imagine the salty breeze, the gentle lap of waves against wooden boats, and the bustling activity of trade as we delve into Chap 13, Punt and the Red Sea, Routes Across Water. Long before modern maps charted the seas, the Red Sea served as a crucial conduit, linking the civilizations of Africa with those of the Middle East and beyond. Its azure waters glimmered under the sun, inviting explorers, traders, and adventurers alike. Among them was the illustrious Kingdom of Punt, often referred to as the Land of the Gods. Its exact location remains shrouded in mystery, but historians and archaeologists have speculated that it might have been situated in what is now the region of modern-day Somalia, Eritrea, or even further south along the East African coast. The allure of Punt was irresistible to the ancient Egyptians. The records of their expeditions describe a land rich in exotic resources, gold, myrrh, incense, and ivory, each item a treasure that fueled the flames of desire in the hearts of Egyptian pharaohs. The allure of these riches prompted ambitious voyages, notably during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's most powerful female pharaohs. Hatshepsut's expedition to Punt is among the most celebrated narratives in ancient history, a tale etched in time, revealing not just a quest for wealth, but a longing for connection with distant cultures. As we imagine the scene unfolding thousands of years ago, we find ourselves in the bustling streets of Thebes, the heart of ancient Egypt. The air is thick with anticipation as Hatshepsut prepares her fleet. The ships, hewn from the finest cedar wood, are adorned with brightly colored sails that flutter in the wind, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. A crowd gathers along the banks of the Nile, their faces a mixture of excitement and apprehension, for this journey is fraught with peril. The Red Sea is a realm of unpredictable storms, treacherous currents, and the unknown. Yet, the promise of Punt beckons. As the ships glide down the Nile and out into the open waters of the Red Sea, the crew, seasoned sailors and brave merchants, huddles together, sharing tales of their anticipated encounters with the enigmatic Puntites. They speak of lush landscapes where the scent of incense wafts through the air and where the people are said to be as rich in culture as they are in resources. Days turn into weeks as the ships navigate the vast expanse of the Red Sea. The sun rises and sets, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, while the salty spray of the ocean mingles with the laughter of the crew. But as they near the shores of Punt, the mood shifts. The air is heavy with tension, for no one truly knows what lies ahead. Would they be welcomed as friends, or would they face hostility from a people they had only heard about in whispered tales? Finally, the ships anchor in a sheltered bay, and a sense of wonder fills the air. As the Egyptian contingent steps onto the soft sands of Punt, they are greeted by a sight that surpasses their wildest imaginations. The landscape is a riot of color: verdant hills, vibrant flowers, and trees heavy with fruits they have never seen before. The Puntites, dressed in intricate garments woven from the finest fabrics, greet the visitors with open arms, their smiles warm and welcoming. The exchanges that follow are not merely transactions of goods, but a sharing of culture, a mingling of souls. The Egyptians marvel at the Puntites' knowledge of the land, their sophisticated agriculture, and their mastery of trade. Gold is exchanged for myrrh, and the fragrance of incense fills the air, a scent that would soon find its way into the temples of Egypt. Hatshepsut, a shrewd diplomat, recognizes the importance of these relationships, forging ties that would last well beyond her reign. As weeks turn into months, the Egyptians delve deeper into the heart of Punt. They learn of its customs, participate in rituals, and absorb the stories of the land. The bond that forms is profound. It transcends mere commerce, blossoming into friendship and mutual respect. The Puntites share tales of their ancestors, recounting legends of gods and heroes that shaped their identity. In return, the Egyptians share their own myths, their culture rich with the weight of history. It is a dance of civilizations, each step revealing more about the other, each exchange a thread woven into the fabric of both societies. But as all journeys must, this one eventually comes to a close. The time arrives for the Egyptian fleet to return home, laden with treasures that would be celebrated in the courts of pharaohs. As the ships set sail, the laughter and camaraderie linger in the air, like the sweet scent of myrrh wafting through the breeze. The shores of Punt fade into the distance, but the stories of this extraordinary land will echo through the corridors of history. The legacy of Punt and the Red Sea routes is not merely one of trade and material gain. It represents the spirit of exploration, the thirst for knowledge, and the beauty of human connection across vast distances. Each journey across the waters of the Red Sea was more than a passage. It was a bridge between cultures, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As we reflect on this chapter of history, we find ourselves in an era that mirrors those ancient times. Today, nations still navigate the complexities of trade and diplomacy, still seek to understand one another, and still yearn for connection. The Red Sea, once a highway for daring adventurers, continues to be a vital artery for commerce and cultural exchange. The tale of Punt and its routes across water teaches us that exploration is not just about reaching new lands, but about discovering the richness of humanity. It reminds us that regardless of our origins, we share a common thread, a desire to connect, to learn, and to grow together. So, as we conclude our journey along the shores of the Red Sea and the legendary Kingdom of Punt, let us carry with us the wisdom of the past. Let us remember that the waters that separate us can also unite us, and that the spirit of adventure lives on in each of us, waiting for the next great journey to begin. In the quiet embrace of dawn, when the first rays of sunlight kiss the arid sands, a world awakens that is often forgotten by those who dwell in comfort. This is the realm of Chap the 14 Punt, a name that echoes through the annals of history, a gateway to ancient trade routes, and a testament to human resilience against the relentless forces of nature. Here, caravans traverse the harsh desert landscape, their silhouettes etched against the vast expanse of golden dunes, an age-old dance of survival and commerce. Picture, if you will, the shimmering horizon, where the sky melds seamlessly with the earth. A great caravan is preparing to embark on its journey, a procession of camels swaying gently under the weight of their burdens, their soft grunts mingling with the whispers of the wind. Each caravanserai, a temporary shelter for weary travelers, serves as a fleeting reminder of the human spirit's quest for connection and prosperity. It is in these fleeting moments that stories are born, tales of adventure, endurance, and the bonds forged in the crucible of adversity. The caravan is led by a seasoned guide, a man whose face is etched with the lines of countless journeys. His name is Myrrh, and he has spent a lifetime navigating the vastness of the desert. With eyes like deep wells of wisdom, he scans the horizon, ever vigilant for signs of change. He knows that the desert is not just a backdrop, it is a living entity, a force that can be both a friend and a foe. Each grain of sand holds a story, and each gust of wind carries the echoes of those who have come before. As the caravan begins its journey, the rhythm of the camel's footsteps creates a hypnotic cadence, a heartbeat that syncs with the pulse of the desert. The sun rises higher, casting long shadows that stretch across the undulating dunes. In the distance, a mirage shimmers, a false promise of water and shade that tempts the weary. But Amir knows better. He has learned the desert's secrets through years of trial and perseverance. He raises his hand, signaling the caravan to pause, to rest and replenish. They gather around him, their faces a tapestry of hope and fatigue. "Water is life," Amir says, his voice steady and reassuring. "But in this land, we must learn to dance with the sun and embrace the thirst." The travelers listen intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames of a small fire where they boil water for tea. As the fragrant steam rises, it intertwines with the stories shared among them, tales of distant lands, of bustling markets, and the dreams that drive them forward through the unforgiving terrain. Among the caravan members is Layla, a spirited young woman with a heart full of wanderlust. Her family has long been traders, and she yearns to carve her own path in a world dominated by tradition. She watches as the elders share their wisdom, absorbing every word like a sponge. Layla's dreams are filled with visions of exotic spices, vibrant fabrics, and treasures from far-off lands. She dreams of the bustling marketplaces of Punt, where the air is thick with the scent of incense and the sounds of laughter mingle with the clinking of coins. As night falls, the desert transforms. The sun, now a distant memory, gives way to a blanket of stars that stretch infinitely above. The caravan sets up camp, and the flickering firelight dances on the faces of its members. Stories flow like the water they cherish, each one weaving a tapestry of culture and history. Amir shares a tale of the legendary trade routes, of caravans that once connected civilizations, each laden with precious cargo. His voice weaves a spell, transporting them to a time when the desert was a thriving artery of commerce. But the desert is not without its challenges. As dawn breaks once more, the heat becomes an unrelenting force, sapping energy and spirit. The caravan pushes onward, their destination a distant oasis that promises respite. The thirst becomes a palpable presence, gnawing at their resolve. Layla, feeling the weight of the world on her shoulders, summons her courage. She walks beside Amir, absorbing his wisdom like a sponge. "What drives you, Amir?" she asks, her voice laced with curiosity. Amir pauses, considering her question. "It is not just the need for trade, Layla. It is the spirit of adventure, the desire to connect with others. Every grain of sand beneath our feet carries the footsteps of those who have come before us. We are part of a larger story." His words ignite a fire within Layla. She realizes that her journey is not merely about the destinations, but about the connections forged along the way. As the caravan continues, they encounter a fierce sandstorm, a tempest that rises from the depths of the desert. The winds howl like angry spirits, obscuring the path ahead. Panic grips the group, but Amir's voice cuts through the chaos. "Stay close! Trust in each other!" Together, they huddle against the storm, their hearts beating as one. In that moment of uncertainty, bonds are forged stronger than steel, a testament to the power of unity amidst adversity. When the storm finally subsides, they emerge, covered in a fine layer of sand, but alive. The sun breaks through the clouds, casting a golden glow on the landscape, illuminating the resilience etched in their faces. They gather their scattered belongings, their spirits rekindled by the shared experience. Layla looks at her companions, her heart swelling with gratitude. She realizes that the true treasure of their journey lies not in the spices or silks they transport, but in the camaraderie and the lessons learned. Days turn into weeks, and the caravan finally approaches the fabled oasis of Punt. The sight is breathtaking, a lush paradise surrounded by the harsh desert, a green jewel cradled in the sand's embrace. The air is fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, a stark contrast to the dry expanse they have traversed. Laughter fills the air as they set up camp, their spirits buoyed by the promise of rest and renewal. In the bustling marketplace of Punt, Layla feels a surge of exhilaration. The colors, the sounds, and the smells envelop her like a warm embrace. She walks amongst the stalls, her senses alive with the vibrant tapestry of life. Merchants call out to her, showcasing their wares, brilliantly dyed fabrics, spices that promise to awaken the senses, and intricately crafted jewelry that sparkles like the stars above. Layla's heart races as she makes her first trade, exchanging a small pouch of herbs for a vibrant scarf that catches the light. It is a moment of empowerment, a step into her destiny. She realizes that she is not merely a traveler, she is part of a legacy, a bridge between cultures and traditions. Each transaction is a thread in the intricate fabric of human connection, a reminder that despite the distances traveled, they are all bound by a common thread of humanity. As the sun sets over Punt, casting a warm glow across the marketplace, Myrrh gathers the caravan. They sit together, sharing a meal, laughter echoing under the starlit sky. Layla looks around at her companions, the people who have become her family. In this moment, she understands the essence of their journey. It was never just about reaching a destination. It was about the bonds formed, the stories shared, and the strength discovered in the face of adversity. The desert, with all its challenges, has taught them invaluable lessons of patience, resilience, and the beauty of connection. As Layla gazes at the stars, she feels a sense of belonging, a realization that her path is now woven into the tapestry of the caravan's story. The journey through the harsh lands of Chap 14 Punt may be fraught with obstacles, but it is also a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who dare to dream, to explore, and to forge their destinies in the vastness of the world. And so, as the caravan prepares to set off once more, Layla stands tall, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. The desert may be unforgiving, but it is also a land of infinite possibilities, where every grain of sand holds a story, and every journey is a step towards self-discovery. In the heart of the desert, the spirit of adventure continues to thrive, a timeless reminder that the greatest treasures often lie not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In the annals of ancient history, few tales captivate the imagination quite like that of the legendary land of Punt, a realm steeped in mystery, intrigue, and the allure of political power. This is the story of the kings and queens of Punt, a civilization that flourished in the shadows of time, leaving behind whispers of opulence, trade, and the unyielding ambitions of its rulers. As we embark on this journey, let us first set the stage. The land of Punt is often described as a fabled paradise located somewhere in the southern reaches of the Red Sea, a place where the sun kisses the earth with a golden glow, and where the air is perfumed with the scents of myrrh and frankincense. It is a land that danced in the imagination of the ancient Egyptians, who spoke of Punt with reverence and awe. For them, it was not just a destination, but a symbol of wealth and power. The kings and queens of Punt were more than mere rulers. They were the custodians of a rich and vibrant culture. They wielded tremendous influence over trade routes that connected their land to Egypt and beyond, becoming pivotal players in the intricate web of ancient commerce. To the Egyptians, Punt was a source of invaluable resources: gold, ivory, exotic woods, and the much-coveted incense used in religious ceremonies and funerals. It was said that the wealth of Punt was unparalleled, and the rulers who presided over this land were revered as demigods, their power magnified by the treasures they controlled. Among these illustrious figures was the legendary Queen Hatshepsut, one of the most prominent pharaohs of Egypt, who sought to establish her place in history through her expeditions to Punt. In the 15th century BCE, Hatshepsut launched a daring voyage, sending a fleet of ships across the treacherous waters of the Red Sea to reach this fabled land. Her motivations were not merely economic. They were steeped in a desire for glory and a quest for legitimacy in a male-dominated political landscape. As the first female pharaoh to rule Egypt in her own right, Hatshepsut knew that success in her endeavors would solidify her legacy. When her ships finally returned, they brought back not just goods, but stories that would echo through the ages. The walls of her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari would come alive with vivid depictions of the expedition: palm trees swaying in the breeze, the bustling activity of trade, and the warm embrace of the Puntite people, their faces aglow with the joy of shared prosperity. Hatshepsut's reign became a testament to the power of diplomacy and the art of negotiation, as she forged alliances that would elevate her status among her peers. However, the allure of Punt did not solely attract the ambitions of Egyptian pharaohs. The rulers of Punt themselves were formidable figures, adept at navigating the complex landscape of ancient politics. The identity of these rulers remains shrouded in mystery, their names lost to the sands of time, yet their influence can be traced through the artifacts and texts that have survived. They were not simply passive recipients of Egyptian trade. They were active participants, wielding their own power and forging their destiny. As we delve deeper into the heart of Punt, we find a society rich in traditions, where the line between the divine and the earthly was blurred. The rulers of Punt were often regarded as intermediaries between the gods and their people, their authority derived from a divine mandate. This belief system underscored their governance, as they were expected to uphold the values of justice and prosperity. The people of Punt revered their kings and queens, not just for their wealth, but for their wisdom and ability to maintain harmony within their realm. The political power of Punt was also intricately tied to its geography. Nestled along the coast, the land offered fertile soil and access to the bounties of the sea. The Puntites were skilled traders and navigators, adept at exploiting their natural resources while leveraging their geographical position. They formed trade networks that extended far beyond the boundaries of their homeland, facilitating exchanges that enriched both themselves and their Egyptian counterparts. But like all great powers, the rulers of Punt faced challenges that threatened to unseat them. The delicate balance of trade was often disrupted by rivalries, both within Punt and from outside forces. There were whispers of conflicts with neighboring territories, as well as internal strife that threatened to fracture the unity of their kingdom. The political landscape was ever-shifting, and the kings and queens of Punt had to be shrewd tacticians, employing their wit and wisdom to navigate the tumultuous waters of ancient diplomacy. One of the most enduring legacies of the rulers of Punt is their profound impact on Egyptian culture. The wealth they shared with Egypt went beyond material possessions. It influenced art, religion, and societal norms. The incense and exotic goods from Punt became integral to Egyptian rituals, while the depictions of Puntite people and their vibrant culture found their way into Egyptian art. The admiration and respect that the Egyptians held for Punt were palpable, as they regarded it as a land of abundance and beauty. Yet the story of Punt is not merely one of wealth and power. It is also a tale of resilience and adaptation. As the tides of history shifted, so too did the fortunes of Punt. The rise of new powers in the region, changing trade routes, and environmental changes began to impact the once flourishing civilization. The kings and queens of Punt faced the daunting task of preserving their legacy in the face of adversity. They adapted their strategies, seeking new alliances and exploring new avenues for trade, determined to maintain their place in the annals of history. As we reflect on the kings and queens of Punt, we uncover a narrative that transcends time, a story of ambition, power, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. Their legacy endures not only in the artifacts that have survived, but in the collective imagination of those who seek to understand the complexities of ancient civilizations. The rulers of Punt remind us that political power is not merely a conquest of land or resources, but a delicate dance of relationships, trade, and cultural exchange. In the end, the land of Punt remains shrouded in mystery, its exact location lost to the ages. Yet it stands as a testament to the power of human ambition and the enduring quest for influence. The kings and queens of Punt, with their wealth, wisdom and resilience, etched their names into the tapestry of history, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire and intrigue us today. And so, as we close this chapter on the political power of Punt, we are left with the echoes of a civilization that, despite the passage of time, still whispers to us from the sands of history. A reminder that the pursuit of power in all its forms is a timeless endeavor that shapes the world in ways we are only beginning to understand. In the heart of the African savanna, where the golden grasses sway gently in the warm breeze, a remarkable tapestry of life unfolds. Here, in this vast and vibrant ecosystem, three extraordinary creatures reign supreme: the giraffe, the leopard, and the monkey. Each one is a testament to the wonders of evolution, adaptation, and the intricate bonds that weave them into the fabric of their environment. Today, we embark on a journey into the lives of these magnificent animals, exploring the gifts they bring to the world and the lessons we can learn from their existence. Let us begin with the giraffe, the tallest of all land animals, whose majestic silhouette is a familiar sight against the backdrop of the African sky. With their long necks reaching high into the treetops, giraffes possess a unique advantage. They can feast on leaves and buds that are out of reach for most other herbivores. This extraordinary adaptation not only allows them to thrive in an environment where food can often be scarce, but it also plays a pivotal role in maintaining the health of the savanna. As they browse, they prune trees, promoting new growth and allowing other species to flourish. In a way, these gentle giants serve as gardeners of their landscape, shaping the ecosystem around them. But the giraffe's gifts extend beyond mere foliage. To the watchful eye, their long necks are not just tools for feeding, they are instruments of communication. When a herd of giraffes stands together, their long, elegant necks create a mesmerizing dance, a silent yet profound conversation among these towering beings. They communicate through a series of low-frequency sounds which, although inaudible to human ears, resonate through the very ground beneath them. In this way, they remain connected, alert to the presence of predators and each other, fostering a sense of unity and safety within the herd. As we leave the realm of the giraffe, we find ourselves drawn to the shadows, where another master of adaptation lurks, the leopard. With its powerful muscles, keen senses, and coat of rosettes, the leopard is the epitome of stealth and grace. Unlike its more social relatives, the lion, the leopard is a solitary creature, relying on its cunning and agility to survive in a world where competition is fierce. It is a true embodiment of the phrase "survival of the fittest," demonstrating that strength is not always about size. Sometimes it lies in the art of subtlety. Leopards are skilled hunters, often seen perched high in the branches of trees, their spots blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Here, they wait patiently for their prey, embodying the essence of patience and precision. Their ability to adapt their hunting strategies to different environments is nothing short of remarkable. Whether stalking through the tall grass or navigating rocky terrains, the leopard is a master of camouflage, blending into its surroundings until the moment is right to strike. But the leopard's gifts extend beyond its hunting prowess. It is also a symbol of resilience. In a world where habitats are constantly changing, leopards demonstrate an incredible ability to adapt. They thrive in diverse environments, savannas, forests, and even urban areas, showing us that flexibility and innovation are key to survival. Their solitary nature may seem isolating, yet it also fosters independence, teaching us the value of self-reliance and the strength that comes from within. As we transition from the shadows of the leopard to the vibrant canopies of the trees, we are greeted by the playful antics of monkeys. These social beings are the embodiment of curiosity and intelligence, their chatter filling the air as they swing from branch to branch. Monkeys are not just entertainers of the animal kingdom. They are also vital participants in the ecosystems they inhabit. Their playful nature is a facade for their important role in seed dispersal. As they feast on fruits, they unknowingly transport seeds across great distances, sowing the future of the forests and ensuring the continuation of countless plant species. In their tight-knit troops, monkeys showcase the complexity of social structures and relationships. They groom one another, strengthening bonds and establishing hierarchies, reminding us of the importance of community and connection. Through their interactions, they teach us about empathy, cooperation, and the significance of nurturing our relationships with others. In a world that often feels fragmented, the playful spirit of monkeys invites us to come together, to build bridges rather than walls. As we observe these three remarkable animals, the giraffe, the leopard, and the monkey, we begin to see the threads that connect them. Each one, in its own way, contributes to the delicate balance of the ecosystem. The giraffe, with its gift of height, ensures that the savanna flourishes. The leopard, with its stealth and adaptability, maintains the rhythm of predator and prey, and the monkey, with its playful nature, nurtures the growth of the forests that shelter them all. But perhaps the most profound lesson we can glean from their stories is the importance of coexistence. In a world that is increasingly marked by division and isolation, the relationships among these animals remind us that life thrives when we embrace our interconnectedness. The giraffes, leopards, and monkeys each have their unique gifts, yet they all play a role in the greater narrative of the savanna. They are a testament to the power of diversity, illustrating that strength lies not in uniformity, but in the beauty of our differences. As the sun begins to set over the African plains, casting a warm golden glow that dances across the landscape, we are left with a sense of awe and gratitude. The giraffe, the leopard, and the monkey, each a gift in its own right, remind us of the wonders of the natural world. They beckon us to explore, to appreciate, and to protect the delicate ecosystems that sustain not only them but us as well. So, as we conclude our journey through the savanna, let us carry their stories with us. Let us learn from the giraffe's grace, the leopard's resilience, and the monkey's joy. In doing so, we can become better stewards of the earth, honoring the gifts of the animals that share this planet with us. For in their existence, we find not just lessons of survival, but profound insights into the beauty of life itself. In the arid expanse of the Egyptian desert, where the sun blazes down upon ancient stones, a tale unfolds that has captivated the hearts and minds of scholars, adventurers, and dreamers alike. This is the story of Punt, a legendary land that danced at the edges of Egyptian imagination, a place shrouded in myth, memory, and the tantalizing whispers of trade and discovery. Picture, if you will, the bustling streets of ancient Thebes, where merchants and artisans weave their crafts amid echoes of laughter and the distant sounds of the Nile. Here, In this vibrant city, the tales of Punt were spun like the finest linen. It was a land believed to be rich in resources, a paradise of exotic wonders, where gold, ivory, and fragrant spices flowed like the very waters of the Nile itself. But what was this enigmatic land? Was it a distant reality, or merely a figment of the Egyptian imagination? The Egyptians spoke of Punt as a place where the gods themselves had walked, a realm where the sun kissed the earth with warmth and abundance. As we delve into the heart of this story, we find ourselves transported back to the reign of Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's most remarkable pharaohs. In the 15th century BCE, she embarked on a daring expedition to this fabled land, determined to uncover its secrets and bring back treasures that would immortalize her reign. Imagine the scene: a fleet of sturdy ships, their sails billowing in the wind as they set forth from the shores of Egypt, navigating the treacherous waters of the Red Sea. These vessels were laden with offerings and gifts for the rulers of Punt, tokens meant to forge alliances and secure the riches that lay beyond the horizon. Hatshepsut understood that her legacy would be defined not only by her monumental temples and powerful decrees, but also by the stories she could weave through her conquests. As the ships sailed onward, the crew, composed of sailors, traders, and artisans, shared tales of the wonders that awaited them. They spoke of lush landscapes teeming with wildlife, of towering trees heavy with fruit, and of a people whose mastery of trade and craftsmanship was unparalleled. The air was thick with excitement and trepidation, for they were venturing into the unknown where myth and reality intertwined. Upon reaching the shores of Punt, the Egyptians were greeted with landscapes that seemed to leap from the pages of a storybook. The land was alive with color and sound, a kaleidoscope of life unlike anything they had ever known. Here, the fragrant myrrh trees danced in the gentle breeze, their resin prized by Egyptians for use in rituals and perfumes. The people of Punt welcomed the visitors with open arms, sharing their treasures and stories, their bonds forged through the universal language of trade. It is said that the people of Punt were as diverse as the treasures they offered. With skin kissed by the sun and adorned with intricate jewelry, they embodied a spirit of hospitality and kinship. The Egyptians exchanged their own goods, fine linen, pottery, and jewelry, gifts that spoke of their culture and artistry. This exchange was not merely a transaction. It was a celebration of connection, a weaving of two worlds into a tapestry of shared experience. Yet, as the ships returned to Egypt, laden with the bounty of Punt, the story of this land would not be confined to the annals of trade. It would seep into the very fabric of Egyptian identity, becoming a symbol of abundance and aspiration. In temples and tombs, the images of Punt flourished, immortalized in hieroglyphs and vibrant murals, evoking a sense of wonder that would echo through the ages. But as we explore the legacy of Punt, we must also contemplate the ambiguities of memory and myth. For in the centuries that followed, the tale of Punt would morph, its boundaries shifting like the sands of the desert. Scholars would debate its location. Was it a distant land across the sea, or perhaps a metaphorical realm within the Egyptian psyche? The allure of Punt lay not only in its tangible riches, but in its representation of the unattainable, a dream that stirred the imaginations of generations. As we journey through the corridors of history, we encounter the footsteps of those who sought to uncover the truth of Punt. Explorers armed with maps and determination scoured the coasts of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, driven by the desire to connect myth with reality. The search for Punt became a quest not just for riches, but for understanding the essence of a civilization that held dreams as precious as gold. In the modern age, the legacy of Punt continues to inspire. Archaeologists, historians, and artists alike are drawn to its mysteries, seeking to unravel the threads of truth woven into the tapestry of mythology. Some believe they have pinpointed its location, suggesting areas along the coasts of Somalia or the land of the ancient Sabaeans, while others argue that Punt exists as a symbol, representing not a physical space, but the boundless possibilities of human imagination and connection. The story of Punt, then, transforms from that of a mere location into a profound reflection of the human experience. It is a reminder that we are all seekers in our own right, navigating the seas of our aspirations, reaching out to distant shores in search of understanding and belonging. Whether through trade, exploration, or the simple act of storytelling, we continue to forge connections that transcend time and space. As the sun sets over the vast expanse of the Egyptian desert, casting long shadows over the ancient stones, we are reminded that the tale of Punt is not just a relic of the past. It is a living narrative, an embodiment of dreams and desires that resonate through the ages. It invites us to explore our own mythologies, to embrace the unknown, and to celebrate the interconnectedness of all cultures. So, as we lay down this chapter of history, let us carry with us the spirit of Punt, a land of imagination, where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary, and where the echoes of the past continue to inspire the dreams of the future. In every story we tell, in every journey we embark upon, we find a piece of Punt within ourselves, reminding us that the greatest treasures are often found not in the lands we seek, but in the connections we forge along the way. In the heart of the Horn of Africa, where the sun blazes fiercely down upon arid landscapes, lies a region steeped in rich history and complex narratives. This place, where three nations converge, Somalia, Eritrea, and Yemen, has been the subject of many theories of location, each one weaving a tapestry of human experience, conflict, and resilience. As we embark on this journey, let us first set the stage in Somalia, a land of stark contrasts. From its sprawling deserts to its lush coastal lines, Somalia is a nation that has often been misunderstood. It is a place where ancient traditions collide with modern aspirations. The Somali people, known for their resilience and hospitality, have faced numerous challenges over the years, but their spirit remains unbroken. Imagine standing on the shores of Puntland, where the Indian Ocean's waves crash against the rugged coastline. This is not just a geographical location. It is a symbol of hope and continuity. Here, fishermen cast their nets into the azure waters, echoing a rhythm that has played out for generations. Their lives are intertwined with the sea, a vital lifeline that sustains communities. But alongside this beauty lies a struggle. Political instability, humanitarian crises, and the spectre of piracy have cast long shadows over the Somali coastline. To the north, we find Eritrea, a nation that has emerged from the ashes of conflict. Once an Italian colony, then a battleground for independence, Eritrea now stands as a testament to the endurance of its people. The capital, Asmara, is a city that tells the story of resilience. Its architecture reflects a blend of Italian design and local craftsmanship, creating a unique aesthetic that captivates visitors. But Eritrea is not merely defined by its buildings, it is the spirit of its people that breathes life into the city. Eritrea's location, nestled between the Red Sea and the Horn of Africa, has made it a strategic point for trade and cultural exchange. For centuries, it has been a crossroads where different civilizations collided. The ancient trade routes that once flourished here still echo in the lives of the Eritrean people. They are proud of their heritage, yet they also grapple with the weight of their past, a past marked by war and sacrifice. The struggle for identity and sovereignty is palpable in every conversation, every gathering. As we turn our gaze across the Red Sea, we arrive in Yemen, a country that has become synonymous with both beauty and turmoil. Its landscapes are breathtaking, from the soaring mountains of the north to the idyllic beaches of the south. Yemen's rich history as a center of trade and culture is evident in its ancient cities, such as Sana'a and Aden. But today, Yemen is caught in the throes of a devastating conflict, one that has drawn the world's attention to its plight. Yemen's strategic location at the southern entrance of the Red Sea has historically made it a vital link between Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. The bustling ports of Aden and Hodeidah have served as gateways for commerce and cultural exchange for centuries. Yet, in recent years, this gateway has become a battleground, where the echoes of war drown out the whispers of hope. The Yemeni people, known for their hospitality and warmth, are caught in a struggle for survival, each day a testament to their resilience amidst chaos. As we reflect on the interconnections of these three nations, we uncover a web of shared experiences. Somalia, Eritrea, and Yemen are not just neighbors, they are part of a larger narrative shaped by geography, history, and culture. The theories of location that surround them are not merely academic, they are deeply rooted in the lives of the people who inhabit these lands. One of the most compelling theories of location revolves around the concept of trade. The Red Sea has long been a conduit for commerce, linking the East to the West. From the spice routes of ancient times to today's global economy, the flow of goods and ideas has shaped the destinies of these nations. The bustling markets of Mogadishu, the vibrant souks of Asmara, and the historic ports of Aden all serve as reminders of the economic ties that bind them. Yet, this interdependence is fragile. The political dynamics of the region have created rifts that threaten to sever these connections. Somalia's struggle with governance and stability has repercussions that ripple across the Red Sea, affecting Eritrea and Yemen. Similarly, the conflict in Yemen has implications for Somalia, as instability breeds insecurity and fear. These theories of location reveal not only the physical proximity of these nations, but also the intricate relationships that define their existence. As we delve deeper, we discover another layer of these theories: cultural exchange. The people of Somalia, Eritrea, and Yemen share linguistic, religious, and social ties that transcend borders. The Somali language finds echoes in the Tigrinya spoken in Eritrea, while Yemeni traditions resonate within Somali communities. The region is a mosaic of cultures, where music, art, and storytelling weave a rich tapestry of shared heritage. Yet, the beauty of this cultural exchange often stands in stark contrast to the harsh realities of life in these nations. The conflict and instability have led to an exodus of people seeking refuge in foreign lands. Families are torn apart and communities are fractured. The stories of those who have fled their homes in search of safety are poignant reminders of the human cost of conflict. In their longing for peace, they carry with them the hopes and dreams of their ancestors, a testament to their enduring spirit. As we conclude our journey through the theories of location surrounding Somalia, Eritrea, and Yemen, we are left with a profound sense of connection. These nations are not isolated entities. They are part of a larger narrative that encompasses the struggles and triumphs of the human experience. The landscapes may differ, the languages may vary, but the essence of resilience binds the people of this region together. In the face of adversity, the heart of the Horn of Africa beats strong, a reminder that even amidst chaos, there is beauty, hope, and an unyielding spirit. As we reflect on the stories of Somalia, Eritrea, and Yemen, let us carry forward the lessons learned from their rich tapestry, a reminder that in our shared humanity, we can find strength, understanding, and the possibility of a brighter future. In the cradle of ancient civilizations, where the Nile's life-giving waters flowed, stories of a land of riches and mystery have captivated scholars and adventurers alike. The fabled land of Punt, known to the Egyptians as a distant paradise adorned with gold, aromatic resins, and exotic creatures, Punt has danced tantalizingly on the fringes of history and myth. But what if the key to unlocking this ancient enigma lies not just in dusty scrolls or crumbling monuments, but in something far more fundamental, something as intricate and vital as DNA? As we embark on this journey, let's first set our sights on the ancient records that speak of Punt, a place where the sun seemed to shine a little brighter, where the air was thick with the scent of myrrh, and where the trees bore fruits unknown to the Egyptians. The ancient texts describe expeditions led by queens and pharaohs, intrepid journeys across treacherous seas, and encounters with a people who were both revered and feared. But where was this land? Was it a figment of imagination, or did it exist beyond the horizon, waiting for the right moment to be unveiled? Historians have long debated the location of Punt. Some suggest it lay in the heart of East Africa, while others propose the shores of the Arabian Peninsula or even the islands of the Indian Ocean. Each theory brings with it a wealth of archaeological evidence, artifacts, and tales passed down through generations. Yet, despite the compelling arguments, those tantalizing hints of its true location remain elusive. As we delve deeper into the past, we find ourselves in a world where the threads of human experience are woven together by more than just geography. The story of Punt is intertwined with the story of humanity itself, beckoning us to look closer, much closer. This is where DNA comes into play, an invisible thread that connects us all, bridging the gaps of time and space. Through the lens of modern science, we have a powerful tool at our disposal that can illuminate the pathways of ancient peoples and their migrations. Imagine a time long before recorded history, when our ancestors roamed the earth in small bands, driven by the pursuit of sustenance, safety, and community. These early humans moved across landscapes, adapting to their environments, and in doing so, they left behind a genetic legacy, a mosaic of DNA that tells the story of their journeys, their struggles, and their triumphs. By examining this genetic tapestry, we can begin to piece together the puzzle of who they were and where they came from. In the quest to uncover the origins of Punt, scientists have turned to genetic analysis, sifting through the DNA of modern populations in East Africa and beyond. What they found was remarkable. Genetic markers reveal ancient connections, tracing the footsteps of people who migrated along trade routes that have long since faded into memory. These markers tell tales of interaction between different groups, of trade and cultural exchange that transcended borders. Could it be that the inhabitants of ancient Punt were not just isolated denizens of a distant land, but rather a vibrant tapestry of diverse peoples influenced by the ebb and flow of civilization? As we follow the genetic trail, we come across exciting revelations. The analysis of modern communities reveals shared ancestry with populations in Egypt, Arabia, and even as far afield as India. This interconnectedness suggests that the land of Punt was not merely a destination, but a crossroads of cultures, an epicenter where ideas, goods, and genetic legacies intermingled. The aromatic resins, ivory, and gold that the Egyptians so coveted may have been products of exchanges between diverse peoples, each contributing to the enchantment of Punt. But what of the people who lived in this mysterious land? What did they believe? How did they live? And what secrets did they harbor? To explore these questions, we must turn to the remnants of their lives left behind in the sands of time. Archaeological digs have uncovered artifacts that speak of sophisticated societies, tools, pottery, and remnants of ancient structures that hint at a thriving culture. Yet these discoveries alone do not offer a complete picture. Here, DNA once again serves as a crucial ally. By studying the remains of ancient populations, scientists can uncover not just who they were, but also how they lived. The analysis of skeletal remains can reveal dietary habits, health conditions, and even social structures. Did the people of Punt engage in trade with the Egyptians? Were they skilled seafarers, capable of navigating the waters that separated them from the Nile's banks? The answers lie within the very cells that once animated their lives. As we piece together this intricate puzzle, we find ourselves drawn to the individuals behind the genetic markers. Imagine the fisherman casting his net into the sea, the merchant bartering goods, the healer preparing remedies from the flora of Punt. Each life was a thread in the grand tapestry, contributing to the legacy of a place that would inspire awe for millennia. Yet, as with any exploration of the past, we must confront the limitations of our knowledge. While DNA offers us powerful insights, it is not without its challenges. The interpretations of genetic data can be influenced by modern migrations and intermixing, complicating our understanding of ancient populations. Moreover, the stories of Punt are not solely defined by genetics. They are enriched by the cultural narratives that have been passed down through generations. The quest for Punt is not merely an academic pursuit, it is a reflection of our own desire to understand where we come from. As we navigate the complexities of our modern world, the search for our roots becomes intertwined with our quest for identity and belonging. The journey to uncover the truth behind Punt is a testament to human curiosity, resilience, and the enduring power of stories that echo across time. As we draw closer to the conclusion of our exploration, we find ourselves standing on the shores of possibility. The land of Punt may still be shrouded in mystery, but through the lens of science and the whispers of history, we have begun to unravel its secrets. The DNA of ancient peoples flows through the veins of modern populations, a living testament to their journeys and the connections that bind us all. In the end, the story of Punt serves as a reminder that our past is not a distant memory locked away in the annals of history. It is a living narrative that continues to unfold. As we look to the future, let us carry forward the lessons learned from our ancestors, embracing the diversity that enriches our world. For in every drop of DNA, in every relic uncovered, lies the shared heritage of humanity, a legacy of exploration, connection, and the unyielding quest for understanding. In the vast tapestry of human history, countless civilizations have risen and fallen, leaving behind echoes of their existence. Yet, as we delve into the annals of archaeology, we often encounter perplexing gaps, mysterious voids where the ruins of once thriving cultures seem to have vanished into thin air. Today, we embark on a journey to explore these archaeological gaps, seeking to understand why no ruins have been found and what this means for our understanding of humanity's past. Imagine a sun-drenched landscape, the kind where ancient civilizations once flourished. The earth, rich with stories waiting to be unearthed, lies silent. We often think of archaeology as a treasure hunt, where tools of the trade, the trowel, the brush, and the shovel uncover remnants of a bygone era. But what if that hunt leads us to a barren expanse? What if our searches yield nothing but dust? These questions haunt archaeologists, historians, and enthusiasts alike as we grapple with the enigma of the missing ruins. Let's wander back to the cradle of civilization, to a time when the great empires of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley thrived. Here, monumental structures of stone and clay were erected, speaking volumes of human ingenuity, ambition, and artistry. Yet, despite our understanding of these civilizations, others remain shrouded in mystery. Take, for instance, the enigmatic civilization of the Minoans on the island of Crete. They left behind beautiful frescoes and intricate pottery, but where are the monumental palaces that should have accompanied such artistry? Despite the site at Knossos being one of the most famous archaeological discoveries, many believe that much of Minoan culture remains hidden, lost to time and the whims of nature. As we peel back the layers of history, we encounter a pattern, a cycle of rise and fall, of flourishing and fading. Some civilizations simply vanished, leaving behind little more than whispers in the wind. The Olmec civilization, often regarded as the mother culture of Mesoamerica, produced colossal stone heads that still awe those who stand before them. Yet much of their society remains a mystery. Why, after establishing such an influence, did they leave so few traces? One theory suggests that environmental changes play a crucial role in shaping the archaeological record. As we learn from history, climates can shift dramatically, rendering once fertile lands barren. The Olmecs, like many others, may have faced severe droughts or floods that compelled them to abandon their cities, their structures slowly eroded by the elements, swallowed by the earth. Nature, in its relentless march, often obscures the past, burying remnants under layers of sediment and debris. Consider, too, the vast expanses of the Sahara Desert. Once a lush land teeming with life, it transformed into an arid expanse, hiding the traces of ancient peoples who thrived there. The mystery of the lost African civilizations raises profound questions. What stories do these sands conceal? What knowledge and wisdom have we lost to the relentless passage of time? Yet environmental factors are not the sole culprits in our search for the ruins of the past. Human activity, too, has a hand in this tale. As civilizations rise, they often expand, encroaching on their neighbors, leading to conflicts that can reshape the landscape. The ancient city of Tikal, once a thriving Mayan metropolis, faced a similar fate. As its population grew, the demand for resources led to deforestation and soil depletion, ultimately resulting in the city's decline. The remains of Tikal stand in stark contrast to the vibrant life that once pulsed through its streets, a haunting reminder of how human ambition can inadvertently erase its own legacy. The story of archaeology is also a tale of discovery and rediscovery. Some ruins lie beneath modern cities, camouflaged by the passage of time and the development of new societies. In Rome, for instance, the remnants of ancient temples and forums are often hidden beneath layers of subsequent construction. As archaeologists dig deeper, they peel away these layers, revealing the past piece by piece, yet many ruins remain buried, their stories untold. This leads us to another dimension of our quest, the politics of archaeology. In many regions of the world, the act of unearthing the past is fraught with challenges. Cultural heritage can be a contentious subject, with different groups claiming ownership of artifacts and sites. Sometimes, archaeological endeavors are met with resistance, leading to gaps in our understanding. The ruins of ancient civilizations may be hidden not just by nature or neglect, but by the very fabric of contemporary society. And then there are the gaps in our understanding, those moments when we have uncovered artifacts that should tell a story, but instead leave us with more questions. The ancient site of Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey has baffled archaeologists since its discovery. This monumental complex, predating Stonehenge, challenges our understanding of hunter-gatherer societies and their ability to construct large-scale structures. Yet we still grapple with the why of its existence. What motivated this community to invest time and energy into such a project? Was it spiritual? Social? The answers elude us, leaving a tantalizing gap that beckons further exploration. As we navigate these gaps, we must also confront the limitations of our methods. Traditional archaeology relies on physical artifacts, but the ephemeral nature of culture often escapes our grasp. Oral traditions, stories passed down through generations, hold invaluable insights that may never be captured in stone or clay. These narratives may illuminate the lives of those who lived before us, yet they often fade with time, leaving behind silent gaps in the archaeological record. So, what does it all mean? The absence of ruins does not signify the absence of civilization. Instead, it invites us to rethink our approach to history. The archaeological gaps remind us that the past is not a linear progression of discoveries, but a complex web of interactions, adaptations, and sometimes losses. It is a dance between the known and the unknown, where every uncovered artifact is a breadcrumb leading us deeper into the labyrinth of our shared human experience. In our pursuit of understanding, we must embrace the mystery, acknowledging that some stories will remain untold. The silence of the ruins is not a void, but a reminder of the resilience of humanity, of our ability to adapt, to innovate, and to dream. While we may not uncover every stone of our predecessors, we carry their legacy within us, in the stories we tell, the questions we ask, and the journeys we undertake. As we conclude our exploration of archaeological gaps, let us remember, history is not merely a collection of dates, events, or artifacts. It is a living, breathing narrative that shapes our present and informs our future. In the end, it is our curiosity, our desire to connect with those who came before us that keeps their stories alive. So, let us continue to dig, both physically and metaphorically, into the rich soil of our past, for there are still many stories waiting to be discovered, many gaps yearning to be filled. In the heart of ancient Africa, where the Nile winds its way through the desert landscapes, two intriguing kingdoms flourished, Punt and Nubia. Their stories are woven together in a tapestry of trade, culture, and ambition, a dynamic interplay that has fascinated historians and archaeologists for centuries. Were they allies, united by their shared interests and mutual benefits? Or were they rivals, vying for dominance in a region rich with resources and opportunity? To uncover the truth, we must journey back in time to a period when the world was a vast and uncharted realm, and the kingdoms of Africa were experiencing a renaissance of culture and wealth. The Kingdom of Punt, a land often referred to as the Land of the Gods, was shrouded in mystery. Known for its aromatic spices, exotic animals, and precious materials like gold and ivory, Punt was a treasure trove that beckoned explorers and traders from far and wide. Its exact location remains a subject of debate, with some scholars placing it on the eastern coast of modern-day Somalia, while others suggest it was deeper inland. Meanwhile, to the north, the Kingdom of Nubia, with its rich deposits of gold and fertile lands along the Nile, was emerging as a formidable power. Nubia was not merely a neighbor to Egypt, but a critical player in the intricate web of ancient trade routes. The Nubians were known for their skills in metallurgy and craftsmanship, producing exquisite jewelry, tools, and weapons that were highly sought after. Their warriors were fierce, and their kings were ambitious, often challenging Egypt's dominance in the region. As we delve deeper into the relationship between Punt and Nubia, we find a complex narrative of interaction. At first glance, one might assume these two kingdoms were rivals, vying for control over the same resources. Yet history often tells a more nuanced story. The evidence suggests that rather than mere competitors, Punt and Nubia were partners in trade, with their destinies intertwined in ways that transcended conflict. The ancient Egyptians recognized the value of both kingdoms. The expeditions to Punt, documented in hieroglyphs on the walls of temples, reveal the deep admiration Egyptians had for the wealth and beauty of Punt. Queen Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's most powerful pharaohs, famously sent a fleet to Punt, seeking its treasures to embellish her reign. This monumental voyage, celebrated in art and literature, highlights the allure of Punt's riches and the importance of Nubia as a staging ground for such ambitious enterprises. While Punt offered exotic goods, Nubia served as a crucial intermediary. The Nubians, skilled in navigating the complex trade networks that crisscrossed the region, acted as middlemen. They facilitated the exchange of goods between the Egyptians and the Puntites, ensuring that both sides benefited. This relationship allowed Nubia to amass wealth and power, gaining influence over the bustling trade routes that connected the interior of Africa to the Mediterranean world. But it was not just trade that linked these kingdoms. Cultural exchanges flourished as well. Artifacts found in both Punt and Nubia reveal a shared appreciation for craftsmanship and artistry. The artistic styles, motifs, and techniques reflect a confluence of cultures as artisans from both regions were inspired by one another. It was a time of innovation, where ideas flowed as freely as goods, a testament to the interconnectedness of these two societies. However, nothing in history is ever without its conflicts. As Nubia grew in power and ambition, tensions inevitably arose. The Nubian kings, with their aspirations of greatness, sought to extend their influence, occasionally clashing with the Egyptians. Battles were fought and borders were contested, leading to a shifting dynamic between Nubia and Egypt. It is during these tumultuous times that the relationship with Punt became even more critical. Punt, with its wealth of resources, was a tantalizing prize. As Nubia sought to assert its dominance, it also recognized the potential of allying with Punt against a common foe. The two kingdoms often found themselves in a delicate dance, balancing rivalry with cooperation. They shared a mutual interest in maintaining their independence in the face of Egyptian imperial ambitions. This alliance forged a bond that transcended mere economic necessity. It was a partnership built on a shared vision of sovereignty. As we explore this intricate relationship, it becomes clear that the boundaries between ally and rival were often blurred. The Nubian rulers, while seeking to expand their territory, also understood the importance of maintaining strong trade ties with Punt. The wealth generated from their partnership provided the resources needed to bolster Nubian defenses and assert their presence in the region. In turn, Punt benefited from Nubia's military prowess, gaining protection and ensuring the safe passage of goods. Throughout the centuries, the ebb and flow of their relationship reflected the changing tides of power in ancient Africa. As new kingdoms rose and old ones fell, the alliance between Punt and Nubia endured. They navigated the complexities of diplomacy, trade, and warfare, adapting to the challenges posed by external forces, particularly Egypt. The decline of one power often led to the rise of another, and as Nubian influence waxed and waned, so too did its relationship with Punt. The rise of the Kingdom of Kush, a powerful Nubian state, marked a significant turning point. Kush, with its ambitions to challenge Egypt directly, recognized the vital strategic importance of Punt. The two kingdoms, bound by mutual interests, forged an even closer alliance as they faced the common threat of Egyptian expansion. As the centuries rolled on, the stories of Punt and Nubia continued to resonate through time. They became symbols of resilience and collaboration, a reminder of what can be achieved when two cultures come together despite the ever-present spectre of rivalry. Their legacy, marked by both cooperation and competition, laid the foundation for future generations. Today, as we sift through the sands of time, we are left with tantalizing glimpses of their vibrant cultures. Artifacts recovered from archaeological sites tell tales of trade, artistry, and a shared history. The echoes of their interactions can still be felt in the rich tapestry of African heritage, reminding us of the profound connections that existed long before the modern era. In conclusion, the story of Punt and Nubia is not merely one of allies or rivals, it is a narrative of complexity, resilience, and shared destiny. Their intertwined fates, shaped by trade, culture, and ambition, offer profound insights into the dynamics of power in ancient Africa. As we reflect on their legacy, let us celebrate the spirit of collaboration that transcended rivalry, for it is in these stories that we find the enduring essence of humanity's journey through history. In the annals of ancient history, few tales are as captivating as that of Punt, a land shrouded in mystery, intrigue, and immense wealth. While Egypt stands tall in the pages of time, with its grand pyramids and pharaohs, it is the trade connections of this powerful civilization that weave a richer narrative, revealing the broader strokes of human interaction and economic exchange across the ancient world. Today we embark on a journey exploring the trade beyond Egypt and the wider connections of Punt, a realm that was more than just a distant land. It was a cultural crossroads of the ancient world. Long before the advent of modern globalization, ancient civilizations were driven by the desire for goods, ideas, and cultural exchange. At the heart of this bustling trade network was Egypt, a civilization that thrived along the banks of the Nile River. Its fertile lands were bountiful, producing grains and other agricultural goods that drew the attention of neighboring nations. But as we delve deeper into this story, we discover that the riches of Egypt were not solely derived from its own resources. They also came from far-off lands, particularly the fabled land of Punt. Punt, often referred to as the land of the gods, was believed to be located somewhere along the eastern coast of Africa, possibly in modern-day Somalia or Eritrea. Its exact location remains a puzzle for historians and archaeologists, but its reputation as a land of abundance is well documented in ancient texts. The Egyptians revered Punt for its exotic commodities: gold, ivory, myrrh, and incense, to name but a few. These were the treasures that flowed from Punt into Egypt, enriching the coffers of pharaohs and fueling a vibrant economy. The relationship between Egypt and Punt was not merely transactional, it was also deeply cultural. The expeditions to Punt, meticulously organized and undertaken by skilled mariners, were often depicted in the grand reliefs of temples, showcasing the divine favor bestowed upon these ventures. The most famous of these expeditions was led by Queen Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's most formidable rulers, who ascended the throne in the 15th century BCE. Her ambitious journey to Punt is immortalized in stunning carvings at her mortuary temple in Deir el-Bahari, where the vibrant imagery portrays the lush landscapes of Punt and the wealth it provided. As we imagine Hatshepsut's fleet setting sail across the Red Sea, we can almost hear the sounds of the waves crashing against the hulls of the ships, feel the salty breeze on the faces of the sailors, and sense the anticipation that filled the air. They embarked on a journey that would take them into the unknown, navigating treacherous waters and facing the whims of nature itself. For these intrepid explorers, the promise of trade was worth every risk. Upon reaching Punt, the Egyptians were met with a land that contrasted sharply with their own. Here, they found a rich tapestry of cultures, people, and resources that would forever alter their understanding of the world. The lush landscapes of Punt were filled with fragrant trees that produced myrrh and frankincense, essential commodities for religious ceremonies and embalming practices. The ivory that came from the tusks of elephants was not just a luxury, it was a symbol of power and prestige coveted by the elite of Egyptian society. But the connections forged in Punt extended far beyond the shores of this enigmatic land. As the Egyptians traded for goods, they were also exchanging ideas and cultural practices. The art of trade was not just about bartering, it was about establishing relationships, fostering alliances, and embracing the diversity of humanity. The Egyptians brought back not only material wealth, but also stories, customs, and knowledge that would enrich their own civilization. The trade routes that connected Egypt to Punt were vital arteries of commerce that linked the Nile Valley to the broader world. These routes were not confined to the immediate vicinity of Egypt. They reached out into the depths of Africa and beyond. From Punt, goods flowed into the Arabian Peninsula and even farther east to the Indus Valley civilization. This intricate web of trade created a dynamic exchange of cultures that transcended borders, enabling the flow of not just goods but ideas, art, and innovations. As we turn our gaze southward, we see the impact of trade beyond Punt, as Egyptian merchants ventured deeper into the African continent. They interacted with various tribes and civilizations, exchanging textiles, pottery, and metals for gold, silver, and exotic animals. The bustling markets of ancient Nubia became melting pots of culture, where Egyptians and Nubians mingled, sharing stories and traditions that would resonate through the ages. However, the allure of trade was not without its challenges. Competition for resources and territory could lead to conflicts, as rival civilizations sought to control the lucrative trade routes. The Egyptians were adept diplomats, often employing a blend of military strength and negotiation to secure their interests. The annals of history are filled with tales of both cooperation and conflict as kingdoms rose and fell, each leaving an indelible mark on the pages of time. As we reflect on this intricate tapestry of trade, we also acknowledge the profound impact it had on the lives of ordinary people. The merchants who traveled these routes were not just business people. They were adventurers, explorers, and storytellers. They carried tales of distant lands, igniting the imagination of those who remained behind. Through their interactions, they fostered a sense of connection and shared humanity that transcended the boundaries of geography. In the grand narrative of trade beyond Egypt, it is essential to recognize the pivotal role that Punt played as a conduit of culture and exchange. The wealth that flowed from this land was not merely a collection of precious materials. It was a testament to the interconnectedness of ancient societies. Through trade, the Egyptians were able to enrich their civilization not only in terms of material wealth, but also in the realm of knowledge, artistry, and spirituality. As we draw this journey to a close, we are left with a profound appreciation for the complexities of ancient trade networks. The story of Punt and its wider connections is a reminder that even in a world far removed from our own, the threads of trade and culture have always united humanity. The echoes of these ancient interactions resonate through time, reminding us of our shared history and the bonds that connect us all. In the end, the tale of Chap 22, Trade Beyond Egypt, Punt's wider connections, is not just a story of commerce. It is a celebration of human resilience, curiosity, and the ever-evolving tapestry of our shared existence. As we continue to explore the depths of history, let us carry forward the lessons learned from these ancient traders, embracing the spirit of exploration and connection that defines us as a species. In the grand landscape of human history, it is trade, both in goods and ideas, that has paved the way for our enduring journey together. In the cradle of civilization, where the sun-kissed sands of ancient Egypt met the waters of the Nile, there existed a land shrouded in mystery and intrigue, a realm known as Punt. Today, we embark on a journey to unravel the enigma of Punt, a place that has faded from the annals of history, slipping away like grains of sand through fingers. Imagine a time thousands of years ago when towering pyramids scraped the heavens and pharaohs ruled with divine authority. In this world, the Egyptians were not just builders of monumental tombs and temples, they were also explorers, traders, and seekers of the exotic. They sought out distant lands that promised riches, resources, and untold wonders. Among these lands was the fabled land of Punt, a place that captivated the imagination of generations, yet slowly vanished from the records of time. The Egyptians referred to Punt as Ta-netjer, which translates to the land of the gods. It was said to be a paradise of abundance, a lush, verdant realm filled with gold, myrrh, ivory, and exotic animals. The ancient texts describe it as a land where the trees were heavy with resin and the air was rich with the fragrant scents of incense. For the Egyptians, who cherished myrrh and frankincense for their religious rituals, Punt was not merely a distant land, it was a vital source of the divine materials that fueled their culture and spirituality. But where exactly was this enigmatic land? Over the centuries, countless theories have emerged, each more tantalizing than the last. Some scholars have posited that Punt lay along the coasts of the Red Sea, perhaps in modern-day Somalia or Eritrea. Others have suggested that it was located in the heart of Africa, near the shores of Lake Victoria. Yet, despite these theories, the true location of Punt remains an elusive mystery, much like the land itself. The most vivid accounts of Punt come from the walls of ancient temples, particularly the famous inscriptions found in the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari. This remarkable pharaoh, a woman who defied the conventions of her time, commissioned an expedition to Punt that became legendary. Her expeditions, recorded in stunning reliefs, tell tales of majestic ships laden with treasures, of encounters with the people of Punt, and of the breathtaking landscapes that greeted the Egyptian explorers. As we delve into these ancient depictions, we can almost hear the waves lapping against the hull of Hatshepsut's ship, the whispers of the wind carrying tales of adventure and discovery. The inscriptions reveal not just the wealth of resources found in Punt, but also the vibrant culture of its people, adorned in vibrant garments, their faces lit with curiosity as they met the visitors from across the sea. But it wasn't merely trade that drew the Egyptians to Punt. It was also the allure of the unknown, the promise of adventure. The stories of Punt became woven into the fabric of Egyptian identity, tales of grandeur and fortune that inspired generations to seek out the exotic and the extraordinary. However, as time marched on, the narratives of Punt began to fade. The great pharaohs who once ruled with divine right were succeeded by rulers whose interests lay elsewhere. The records of Punt, once vibrant and filled with life, began to dwindle. As the centuries passed, the power of Egypt waned, and the once flourishing trade routes to Punt fell into disrepair. The great temples that stood as testaments to the glory of the past slowly succumbed to the relentless march of time. The inscriptions that once told tales of adventure and wonder became mere echoes of a forgotten era. The land of Punt slowly faded from the collective memory of humanity, lost in the mists of time. Yet, as we reflect on this disappearance, we must ask ourselves, why do we continue to search for Punt? Why do we, in this modern age, feel a pull toward a land that has vanished? Perhaps it is because Punt symbolizes the unquenchable human thirst for exploration and discovery. It embodies the idea that there are still mysteries to unravel, treasures to uncover, and stories waiting to be told. In our quest for understanding, we have turned to archaeology, sifting through the sands of the past in hopes of finding clues that might lead us to the elusive land. Excavations along the Red Sea and in the regions of the Horn of Africa have yielded artifacts that hint at trade connections with ancient Egypt. Ivory, gold, and incense discovered in these areas echo the tales of Punt, igniting the flames of curiosity and speculation once more. Yet even as we uncover fragments of the past, the heart of Punt remains hidden, a ghostly silhouette against the backdrop of history. The allure of this ancient land lies not only in its resources, but in its very essence. The idea that there once existed a place where cultures intertwined, where the spirit of adventure thrived, and where the promise of the unknown beckoned. As we stand on the precipice of discovery, we must also acknowledge the importance of preserving the stories of those who came before us. The disappearance of Punt serves as a poignant reminder of the fragility of history, of how easily the narratives of entire civilizations can slip away into obscurity. In our modern world, where information flows ceaselessly, we must strive to remember and honor the past, lest we too fade from the records of time. As we conclude our journey into the mystery of Punt, we are left with a sense of wonder and yearning. The land may have disappeared from our maps, but its spirit endures in the stories we tell, in the dreams of explorers, and in the hearts of those who dare to seek the unknown. While Punt may remain a fading memory, It continues to inspire a quest for knowledge, a desire to understand the world and our place within it. So, as we close this chapter, let us carry with us the essence of Punt, a reminder that the past is never truly gone, but lives on in the echoes of our curiosity, the pulse of our adventures, and the stories yet to be discovered. For in every search for the lost, we find pieces of ourselves, and perhaps, in the heart of our exploration, we may yet rediscover the enchanting land of Punt. In the sands of ancient Egypt, where the Nile flows like a lifeblood through the arid landscape, there lies a tale steeped in mystique and reverence. It is a tale of a distant land, a realm shrouded in legend, known to the Egyptians as Punt. This land of riches and exotic wonders left an indelible mark on Egyptian religion, shaping beliefs, practices, and even the very fabric of their culture. Today we embark on a journey to explore the legacy of Punt and its profound influence on the spiritual life of ancient Egypt. Imagine a time when the sun rose over the golden dunes, casting long shadows across the bustling streets of Thebes and Memphis. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the sound of priests chanting in honor of the gods. Among these deities, the goddess Hathor, often depicted as a cow, stood as a symbol of motherhood and love. But it was her connection to Punt that would weave a thread of spirituality between two distant worlds. The Egyptians believed that Punt was not merely a place but a divine land, a paradise where the gods themselves lingered. Punt, often referred to as the land of the gods, was thought to be located beyond the horizon, perhaps somewhere along the shores of the Red Sea, or even in the heart of Africa itself. The Egyptians spoke of it in hushed, reverent tones, as if it were a sacred realm only accessible to the chosen few. Merchants and explorers embarked on perilous journeys across treacherous waters, driven by the promise of gold, ivory, and aromatic resins. But what they found was far more than material wealth. They discovered a spiritual connection that would echo through the annals of time. As our story unfolds, we find ourselves aboard one of those great ships laden with gifts for the gods and treasures from the land of Punt. The sailors, seasoned by the sun and the sea, whispered tales of their encounters with strange creatures, lush landscapes, and the vibrant people who inhabited this enchanted land. They spoke of fragrant myrrh trees, the lifeblood of the gods, and how the resin was used in sacred rituals, believed to carry prayers to the heavens. This connection to the divine was not merely a transaction, it was a profound exchange that enriched the spiritual tapestry of Egypt. The ancient Egyptians believed that the essence of Punt was intertwined with the essence of their gods. They revered the materials brought back from the land, not just for their rarity, but for their divine significance. Myrrh, for instance, was more than a fragrant resin. It was a symbol of rebirth and transformation. It played a vital role in the embalming process, ensuring that the dead could journey into the afterlife, a journey that was believed to be guided by the very essence of Punt. As we delve deeper into this narrative, we encounter the monumental depictions of Punt in the temples of ancient Egypt. The walls of the great temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari tell a story of expeditions where pharaohs, adorned in their finery, are shown receiving the gifts of Punt. These reliefs are not mere art, they are portals into the past, capturing the reverence with which the Egyptians viewed their interactions with this sacred land. Hatshepsut, one of the few female pharaohs in history, understood the importance of Punt not just as a source of wealth, but as a cornerstone of her reign. She commissioned monumental voyages, sending ships laden with offerings to the gods in hopes of securing their favor. The expedition to Punt became a legendary tale, a testament to her power and piety. It was said that upon her return, the ships were filled with precious goods, including gold, ivory, and the fragrant resins that wafted through the air like a gentle caress. The very sight of these treasures was a reminder of the divine connection between Egypt and Punt, a bond that transcended mere geography. But what of the people of Punt? Who were they, these mysterious figures that danced on the periphery of Egyptian consciousness? The Egyptians portrayed them in their art as dark-skinned, adorned with jewelry and vibrant garments, embodying a sense of vitality and connection to the earth. They were not seen as mere traders, but as custodians of a sacred legacy, guardians of the treasures that flowed from their land into Egypt. The art of Punt was infused with spirituality. The very act of trade became a sacred ritual, a bridge between two worlds. As we navigate the currents of this narrative, we must also consider how the myths and stories surrounding Punt permeated the Egyptian belief system. The land was often associated with the goddess Hathor, who was not only a deity of love and motherhood, but also the goddess of music and dance. The Egyptians believed that the rhythms of life were born from the very essence of Punt. Festivals dedicated to Hathor often echoed with the sounds of joyous celebration, music, and dance, an invitation for the divine presence to manifest among them. In the heart of Egypt, temples were erected not just as places of worship, but as sanctuaries where the spirit of Punt could be invoked. The sacred rites performed within these walls were imbued with the essence of the land, a reminder that the divine was not a distant concept, but an integral part of life itself. Offerings of myrrh and incense would fill the air, creating a tangible connection between the worshippers and the gods. It was here, in these sacred spaces, that the legacy of Punt truly came alive, merging the earthly with the divine. As centuries passed, the tales of Punt began to fade into the mists of time, becoming more legend than reality. Yet the spiritual influence of this enchanted land remained deeply embedded in the Egyptian psyche. The rituals, the offerings, and the reverence for the gods continued to reflect the rich tapestry woven by the gifts of Punt. Even as the political landscape of Egypt shifted and the empire expanded, the essence of Punt lingered, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a thread that bound the earthly to the divine. In the grand tapestry of ancient Egyptian religion, the legacy of Punt serves as a poignant reminder of the power of connection, of the sacredness found in trade, and the deep respect for the land and its bounty. It teaches us that the journey to honor the divine is not merely a solitary path, but one that is enriched by the relationships we forge along the way. The essence of Punt, a land of riches and spiritual significance, continues to echo through the ages, inviting us to explore the depths of our own beliefs and the connections that transcend time and space. As we draw our journey to a close, let us reflect on the enduring legacy of Punt, not just as a distant land of exotic treasures, but as a vital thread in the intricate tapestry of Egyptian spirituality. Its influence reminds us that the divine is not confined to the heavens, but is woven into the very fabric of our existence, waiting to be discovered in the stories we tell, the connections we nurture, and the rituals we embrace. In this vast expanse of history, the spirit of Punt lives on, a testament to the power of faith and the enduring quest for understanding in a world filled with mystery and wonder. In the heart of a bustling city, where the echoes of history intertwine with the present, lies an enigma that has captivated the imaginations of artists, historians, and common folk alike. It is a mystery that whispers through the corridors of time, beckoning us to explore the depths of artistry and identity. This is the story of the Queen's Image, the enigmatic depictions. Once upon a time, in a kingdom flourishing with creativity and culture, there lived a queen whose very essence seemed to transcend the ordinary. Her name was whispered with reverence, and her image, a tapestry of grace and authority, adorned the walls of grand palaces and humble homes alike. Yet, As captivating as her presence was, the depictions of her were shrouded in layers of mystery and intrigue. Who was she really? What did her image signify? And why did artists struggle to capture her true likeness? As we delve into the depths of history, we find ourselves in the grand halls of art galleries and ancient archives. Here the portraits of the queens stand sentinel, their painted gazes following us, inviting us to unravel their secrets. Some portray her with a serene smile, while others depict her in a moment of contemplative strength. Each brushstroke tells a tale, yet none seem to fully encapsulate the enigma that was her life. One of the earliest known depictions of the Queen dates back to a time when she was merely a young princess, still a silhouette against the vibrant backdrop of her kingdom's history. This initial portrayal is a delicate balance of innocence and potential, a reminder of the journey she would embark upon. In this painting, the Queen wears a gown of soft pastels, the colours echoing the dawn of a new era. But as we study her expression, a flicker of uncertainty dances in her eyes. An unspoken question hangs in the air. Will she rise to the challenges that await her? As time flows like the rivers that weave through her kingdom, the Queen's image begins to evolve. With each passing year, she is painted in more regal attire, adorned with jewels that reflect her status. Yet, as she ascends to power, the artist's interpretations of her become increasingly complex. In one striking portrait, she is depicted surrounded by symbols of nature, a lush garden that blooms at her feet. Here, the Queen is not just a ruler, she is a nurturing force, a mother to her people. The flowers, vibrant and alive, reflect her connection to the land, yet the shadows that linger in the background hint at the turmoil that brews just beyond the borders of her tranquility. But what is it about her image that leaves us questioning? The answer may lie in the duality of her existence, an intricate dance between the public persona she projected and the private struggles she faced. Artists, in their quest to capture her essence, often found themselves grappling with the weight of their own interpretations. Some sought to portray her as a fierce warrior, clad in armor, ready to defend her kingdom with unwavering resolve. Others painted her as a wise sage, her gaze penetrating, as if she could see into the souls of those who stood before her. Each depiction becomes a mirror, reflecting not just the Queen, but the artist's own perceptions of power, femininity, and strength. As we venture further into the labyrinth of her imagery, we stumble upon a curious phenomenon, a series of portraits that seem to defy time itself. In one, the Queen appears ageless, her features untouched by the passage of years. In another, a hauntingly melancholic expression graces her face, hinting at the burdens she bore. This juxtaposition raises yet another question. Was the Queen a timeless icon, or was she a woman deeply affected by the tides of history? The artists, it seems, were not merely chroniclers of her life, they were storytellers, weaving narratives that transcended the canvas. Perhaps the most captivating of all the representations is a mural hidden deep within the confines of a forgotten chapel. This piece, unlike any other, captures the Queen in a moment of vulnerability. Surrounded by her loyal subjects, she kneels in prayer, her expression one of quiet strength. The colors are muted, the shadows long, yet there's a light that emanates from her very being, a glow that speaks of hope and resilience. In this moment, we see her not just as a queen, but as a woman who understands the weight of her responsibility. Her image invites us to ponder the sacrifices made in the name of leadership, the loneliness that often accompanies power. As we reflect on these depictions, a deeper understanding begins to emerge. The Queen's image is not simply a representation of her physical form, but a tapestry woven from the threads of her experiences, fears, and triumphs. Each artist, with their unique perspective, adds a layer to the narrative, creating a rich mosaic of interpretations that transcend time. It's as if they conspired across the ages to ensure that her story would never be forgotten. We now find ourselves in a modern gallery where contemporary artists explore the Queen's legacy through their own lenses. Here, her image is reimagined, transformed into a symbol of empowerment. Bold colors and abstract forms breathe new life into her representation, challenging the traditional narratives that have long been accepted. In this reinterpretation, the Queen stands not just as a historical figure, but as a beacon for the struggles and aspirations of women today. She embodies the spirit of resilience, a reminder that the essence of leadership is not bound by time or circumstance. As we conclude our journey through the enigmatic depictions of the Queen, we realize that her image is a living testament to the complexities of identity. It is a reflection of the world's perceptions, a canvas upon which the stories of countless generations have been painted. The mystery of the Queen's image lies not in uncovering a singular truth, but in embracing the multitude of narratives that converge upon her life. In the end, the Queen's image serves as a reminder that we are all, in our own ways, enigmas waiting to be explored. The depictions that surround us, be they of historical figures or ourselves, invite us to question, to ponder, and to celebrate the beautiful complexities of existence. And so, as we step away from the canvas, we carry with us not just the echoes of the past, but the hope that the stories we tell will continue to inspire, provoke, and ignite the imaginations of those who come after us. In the dim light of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the surface of the calm sea, a world of ancient ingenuity began to stir. A world where the whispers of the wind carried tales of adventure and exploration across vast, uncharted waters. A world where the skillful hands of shipbuilders and navigators shaped the very course of history. Welcome to a journey through the extraordinary maritime skills of ancient civilizations, where shipbuilding and navigation were not mere crafts, but lifelines that connected distant lands and cultures. Imagine standing on the shores of the Mediterranean, where the scent of salt and pine mingles in the air. Here, the Phoenicians, a seafaring people renowned for their craftsmanship, were already mastering the art of shipbuilding. They meticulously crafted vessels that were not only sturdy but also elegantly designed, embodying a harmony of form and function. Their ships, known as biremes, were marvels of engineering, sleek, swift, and capable of traversing both calm and turbulent waters. But what made these ships truly remarkable was not just their construction, but the knowledge that lay behind their design. The Phoenicians understood the sea like few others. They studied the stars, the currents, and the winds, mapping the skies and waters with an accuracy that enabled them to navigate across the vastness of the Mediterranean and beyond. They were more than mere shipbuilders. They were the pioneers of navigation, the architects of maritime routes that would connect civilizations. As we sail through the pages of history, we find ourselves in ancient Egypt, where the Nile River served as the lifeblood of a flourishing civilization. Here, the Egyptians built magnificent wooden ships adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant colors. Their vessels were designed not only for trade, but also for ceremonial purposes, reflecting the deep spiritual connection they had with the river. The Nile was more than a waterway. It was a divine gift, and the ships that traversed its waters were seen as sacred extensions of the land. Egyptian navigators, too, were masters of their craft. They understood the seasonal patterns of the Nile, using the ebb and flow of the river to their advantage. They devised simple yet effective methods of navigation, relying on landmarks, the position of the sun, and the stars to guide them. Their knowledge of the river's currents allowed them to embark on journeys of trade and exploration, establishing connections with distant lands, including the fabled land of Punt, rich in gold and exotic goods. As we move further along the timeline, we arrive in the heart of the Viking Age, where the robust longships cut through the icy waters of the North Atlantic. The Vikings, fierce warriors and skilled sailors, transformed shipbuilding into an art form that combined strength with speed. Their longships, with their shallow drafts and symmetrical design, were capable of navigating the open sea as well as the winding rivers and fjords of Scandinavia. But what truly set the Vikings apart was their navigation prowess. They were not just sailors, they were explorers who ventured into the unknown, crossing vast expanses of ocean to reach new lands. Armed with knowledge passed down through generations, they used a combination of natural signs, the flight of birds, the color of the water, and the position of the sun, to guide their way. They even developed rudimentary navigational tools, such as sun compasses, to help them chart their course on cloudy days. Their voyages took them to distant shores, from the icy coasts of Greenland to the lush landscapes of North America. The Viking sagas tell tales of these intrepid explorers who established settlements and traded with indigenous peoples, forever altering the course of history. They were not merely raiders, they were mariners who transformed the world through their maritime skills. As we turn the pages of history, we find ourselves in the age of exploration, where the world was on the brink of transformation. European powers, driven by the thirst for discovery and trade, embarked on ambitious maritime endeavors. Shipbuilding reached new heights with the introduction of carracks and galleons, vessels that could carry larger cargoes and withstand the rigors of the open sea. The most notable of these explorers was Christopher Columbus, who set sail in 1492, driven by the belief that the world was smaller than it seemed. With 3 small ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, he crossed the Atlantic, navigating uncharted waters with the help of maps, compasses, and the stars. Columbus's journey opened the floodgates of exploration, leading to encounters between Europe and the Americas, forever changing the fabric of both worlds. Yet it was not just the ships that defined this era, it was the navigational breakthroughs that accompanied them. The invention of the astrolabe and the magnetic compass revolutionized navigation, allowing sailors to determine their position with unprecedented accuracy. The art of celestial navigation flourished as navigators learned to read the stars like ancient mariners had before them. In the bustling ports of Lisbon and Seville, the spirit of maritime innovation was palpable. Shipyards buzzed with activity as skilled craftsmen worked tirelessly to produce vessels capable of withstanding the challenges of long voyages. The sea, once an unpredictable expanse, became a highway of trade, connecting continents and fostering cultural exchange. Yet amidst the tales of adventure and discovery, we must not forget the profound impact of ancient maritime skills on indigenous cultures. The Polynesians, for instance, navigated the vast Pacific Ocean with an intimate understanding of their environment. Using their deep knowledge of ocean swells, star patterns and bird behavior, they embarked on epic voyages that took them to far-flung islands, creating a network of trade and cultural exchange that spanned thousands of miles. Their double-hulled canoes, expertly crafted and designed for stability, allowed them to traverse the open ocean with confidence. The Polynesian navigators were true masters of their craft, passing down their knowledge orally through generations, ensuring that the art of navigation would never be lost to the tides of time. As our journey through the annals of maritime history draws to a close, we reflect on the incredible legacy of ancient shipbuilders and navigators. Their skills, honed through years of experience and a deep connection to the sea, forged paths that would shape civilizations and bring the world closer together. From the intricate designs of Phoenician pyramids to the majestic longships of the Vikings and the daring voyages of explorers like Columbus, these maritime pioneers remind us of the indomitable spirit of human exploration. Their stories, etched in the waves and whispered by the winds, continue to inspire us today. As we gaze out upon the horizon, we are reminded that the sea, with all its mysteries and wonders, remains a canvas for adventure, beckoning to those brave enough to embark on their own journeys, just as the ancient mariners did long ago. So let us honor their legacy, for in every wave that crashes upon the shore, their spirit lives on, inviting us to explore the depths of our own potential, guided by the stars above and the winds in our sails. In the annals of ancient history, few places have ignited the imagination quite like the fabled land of Punt. This mythical realm, often described as a paradise of abundance, has captivated explorers, historians, and scholars for thousands of years. Today, we embark on an enthralling journey, a modern expedition to uncover the secrets of Punt and to understand why this ancient land continues to fascinate us. The tale of Punt begins in the corridors of ancient Egyptian history, where it is frequently mentioned in texts and depicted in art. Revered as the land of gold, incense, and exotic animals, Punt was more than just a geographical location. It was a symbol of wealth, prosperity, and divine favor. The Egyptians referred to it as the land of the gods, a place where the sun kissed the earth with warmth and riches flowed like water. But where was this enchanted land? For centuries, historians and archaeologists have speculated about Punt's location. Some argue it lay along the coasts of the Red Sea, while others suggest it was further afield, perhaps in the regions of modern-day Somalia, Eritrea, or even as far as India. The truth is shrouded in the mists of time, waiting for the brave to unravel its mysteries. As we set sail into the depths of history, let us turn back the clock to the 15th century BCE, a golden age for Egypt. The pharaohs ruled with divine authority and trade flourished. It was during this time that Queen Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's most remarkable rulers, launched a daring expedition to Punt. Her monumental journey was not just a quest for wealth, it was a declaration of her power and ambition. Hatshepsut's expedition, immortalized in the reliefs of her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, tells a vivid story. The images depict ships laden with treasures, gold, ivory, and exotic animals, all brought back from the shores of Punt. The artists captured not only the bounty, but also the awe-inspiring landscapes and the vibrant people of this distant land. Yet, despite the richness of these depictions, they do little to reveal the true location of Punt. As we delve deeper into the narrative, we find ourselves drawn to the echoes of Hatshepsut's time. What would it have been like to sail across the uncharted waters, guided by the stars and the whispers of the wind? What wonders awaited the crew as they approached the shores of this legendary land? The imagination runs wild, painting images of lush palm trees swaying in the breeze and the tantalizing aroma of incense filling the air. Fast forward to the 19th century, a period of intense exploration fueled by curiosity and the allure of the unknown. The age of discovery sparked new expeditions, igniting a flurry of interest in ancient civilizations and their mysteries. Scholars and adventurers began to piece together the puzzle of Punt, but with each attempt, questions only multiplied. Theories emerged, ranging from the plausible to the bizarre. Some speculated that Punt was a rich trading hub located in the Arabian Peninsula. Others believed it to be a mythical construct, a representation of Egypt's desire for wealth and the exotic. However, one thing became clear: the search for Punt was a reflection of humanity's quest for understanding, our yearning to connect with our past. As the 20th century dawned, the focus shifted towards archaeological evidence. Notable expeditions took place along the coasts of Africa, where researchers scoured the land for clues. In Somalia, explorers unearthed artifacts that seemed to echo the descriptions of Punt: pottery, incense, and even remnants of ancient trade routes. Yet, despite these findings, the elusive land remained a tantalizing enigma. In our modern age, the quest for Punt continues, fueled by advancements in technology and a renewed fervor for exploration. Equipped with satellite imagery, researchers are now able to scan vast landscapes from above, searching for signs of ancient settlements that may have once thrived in this mythical land. Drones and ground-penetrating radar are the new tools in the archaeologists' toolkit, allowing us to venture where previous explorers could only dream. Our journey takes us to the coastal regions of the Horn of Africa, where the sights and sounds of today's bustling markets mingle with whispers of the past. Here, local guides share tales passed down through generations, stories of ancestors who traded with the Egyptians, of ships that sailed into the horizon laden with goods from lands unknown. These narratives breathe life into the quest for Punt, transforming it from mere speculation into a living, breathing tapestry of culture and history. As we navigate the rugged terrain, we find parallels between the ancient Egyptians and the people of these coastal communities. The same sun that once shone on the shores of Punt now casts its golden glow on the faces of fishermen and traders. The scent of incense, once so abundant in the ancient marketplaces, still lingers in the air, a reminder of the connections that span millennia. But the search for Punt is not without challenges. The landscape is ever-changing, shaped by the whims of nature and the passage of time. Coastal erosion, urban development, and the impact of climate change threaten to obscure the evidence that may one day lead us to uncover Punt's true location. Yet, the spirit of exploration endures. Each discovery, whether big or small, brings us closer to understanding the significance of this ancient land. As we reflect on our expedition, we recognize that the search for Punt is about more than just uncovering a physical location. It represents humanity's unyielding desire to connect with our history, to understand where we come from, and to appreciate the diversity of cultures that have shaped our world. Punt, whether real or imagined, serves as a powerful reminder of the bonds that unite us across time and space. In the end, the land of Punt may forever remain a mystery, a tantalizing dream woven into the fabric of our history. But perhaps that's the beauty of it. Each expedition, every quest for knowledge, opens new doors and ignites the spark of discovery. As we continue to search for Punt, we embark not just on a journey through time, but on a journey through our collective human experience. So join us as we keep searching, fueled by curiosity and the promise of adventure. The story of Punt is far from over, and who knows what secrets the sands of time may still hold. The quest continues, beckoning us to explore the depths of our past and to uncover the treasures that lie hidden within the chronicles of history. After all, in the heart of every explorer beats the pulse of adventure, and every journey begins with a single step into the unknown. In the quiet corners of libraries and the bustling halls of universities, a battle of ideas rages on, a scholarly debate that transcends time, discipline, and geography. This is the story of competing theories, of minds that shape our understanding of the world, of knowledge that evolves through the crucible of intellectual discourse. Welcome to the world of scholarly debates, where theories collide and ideas flourish. Imagine a dimly lit study, books piled high, the air thick with the scent of old paper and ink. Here sits a scholar, poring over texts that span centuries, seeking answers to questions that have puzzled humanity for ages. It is within these pages that we find the seeds of debate, planted by thinkers who dared to challenge the status quo. From the ancient Greeks to modern-day theorists, the quest for knowledge is often framed by contrasting perspectives, each vying for supremacy in the landscape of human thought. Let us journey back to ancient Greece, where the foundations of Western philosophy were laid. In the vibrant agora of Athens, two titans of thought emerged: Socrates and his student, Plato. Socrates, with his relentless questioning, sought to uncover the truth through dialogue, while Plato, with his idealistic vision, proposed a world of forms, a reality beyond our tangible existence. Their contrasting views ignited a debate that would echo through the ages, setting the stage for future thinkers to grapple with the nature of reality and knowledge. Fast forward to the Enlightenment, a period marked by reason and scientific inquiry. The clash between rationalism and empiricism came to the forefront as philosophers like René Descartes and John Locke offered competing theories on the nature of knowledge. Descartes, with his famous assertion, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, championed the power of reason as the path to understanding. In contrast, Locke, the father of empiricism, argued that knowledge is derived from sensory experience, a concept that laid the groundwork for modern scientific inquiry. This intellectual duel sparked a revolution in thought, propelling humanity into a new age of discovery and enlightenment. As we traverse further into the 19th century, the landscape of scholarly debate expands, embracing the realms of science and social theory. The publication of Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species unleashed a tempest of controversy. The theory of evolution, with its challenge to traditional beliefs about creation, ignited fierce opposition. Religious scholars rallied to defend their doctrines, while scientists embraced the revolutionary implications of natural selection. This clash between faith and science, between creationism and evolution, remains a defining feature of contemporary discourse, a testament to the enduring nature of scholarly debate. The 20th century brought with it new realms of thought, as the intellectual landscape became increasingly diverse. The rise of psychoanalysis, spearheaded by Sigmund Freud, opened the floodgates to discussions about the unconscious mind, human behavior, and the complexities of identity. Freud's theories stirred up a whirlwind of reactions, from acceptance to staunch opposition. Thinkers like Carl Jung and Alfred Adler emerged as challengers, proposing alternative views on the psyche and its influence on human actions. This lively exchange of ideas not only shaped the field of psychology, but also ignited broader conversations about the human experience itself. In the realm of social sciences, the debates grew ever more intricate. The clash between structuralism and post-structuralism redefined the way we think about language, culture, and society. Structuralists like Ferdinand de Saussure posited that language is a system of signs that shapes our understanding of the world. However, post-structuralists, led by thinkers such as Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault, argued that meaning is fluid, shaped by context and power dynamics. This intellectual tug-of-war brought forth a new understanding of the complexities of human existence, revealing the layers of meaning that underpin our everyday lives. Yet, the debates did not remain confined to the ivory towers of academia. They spilled into the public sphere, influencing politics, art, and culture. The feminist movement, for instance, ignited passionate debates about gender, power, and identity. Scholars like Simone de Beauvoir and Judith Butler challenged traditional notions of femininity, advocating for a re-examination of societal norms. The clash of feminist theories, liberal feminism, radical feminism, and intersectionality created a rich tapestry of ideas, each contributing to the ongoing dialogue about gender and equality in the modern world. In the realm of economics, the ideological battle between capitalism and socialism gave rise to heated discussions that reverberated across continents. Adam Smith's vision of the free market clashed with Karl Marx's critique of capitalism and his call for a classless society. These competing theories not only shaped economic policies, but also influenced social movements, sparking debates that continue to this day. The ongoing discourse about wealth distribution, social justice, and economic systems remains a testament to the power of competing ideas to ignite change. As we delve into the 21st century, the complexity of scholarly debates deepens. The advent of technology has transformed the landscape of knowledge, giving rise to new theories about information, communication, and identity. The digital age has ushered in discussions about the implications of social media, the impact of technology on our cognition, and the ethics of artificial intelligence. Scholars and practitioners alike grapple with the challenges posed by an ever-evolving world, where competing theories emerge at a dizzying pace, each vying for our attention and understanding. In this whirlwind of ideas, it becomes clear that scholarly debates are not merely academic exercises, they are the lifeblood of progress. Each theory, each counter-argument, serves as a stepping stone toward deeper understanding. The beauty of intellectual discourse lies in its capacity to evolve, to adapt, and to embrace complexity. In the interplay of competing theories, we find the richness of human thought, a tapestry woven from diverse perspectives, each thread contributing to the whole. As we stand at the crossroads of knowledge, we must remember that the pursuit of understanding is a collective endeavor. The debates that shape our world invite us not only to question, but also to listen, to engage, and to learn from one another. In the echo of scholarly debates, we hear the voices of those who came before us, guiding us toward a future where ideas can flourish, where the clash of theories ignites the spark of innovation. So, as we close this chapter on scholarly debates, let us carry forward the spirit of inquiry. Let us embrace the beauty of competing theories as we navigate the complexities of our world. For in the heart of every debate lies the promise of discovery, an invitation to explore, to challenge, and ultimately to grow. And in this journey of knowledge, may we find not just answers, but the questions that lead us to a deeper understanding of ourselves and the universe around us. In the vast tapestry of human history, some threads shimmer brighter than others, capturing our imagination and igniting our curiosity. One such thread is the enigmatic land of Punt, a place woven into the fabric of ancient Egyptian lore, a realm that dances tantalizingly at the edges of our understanding. As we journey through the ages, we find ourselves drawn into the stories and myths surrounding this mysterious land, a symbol of the unknown that continues to captivate the hearts and minds of people around the world. Imagine, if you will, the sun rising over the banks of the Nile, casting golden light upon the bustling streets of Thebes. Merchants eagerly prepare their wares for trade, while priests chant prayers to the gods. In this vibrant world, the whispers of adventure beckon, and the allure of distant lands calls to those brave enough to heed its call. Among these tales, the land of Punt stands out, a place of wealth and prosperity, shrouded in the mists of uncertainty. The first mentions of Punt can be traced back to ancient texts, such as the inscriptions of Pharaoh Hatshepsut, who reigned during the 15th century BCE. Her expedition to Punt was not merely a quest for riches, but a journey steeped in ritual and reverence. The carvings on the walls of her temple at Deir el-Bahari depict a vibrant landscape teeming with exotic flora and fauna, golden frankincense trees, magnificent animals, and the prosperous people of Punt. Hatshepsut's journey was a bold proclamation, not just of wealth, but of cultural exchange and diplomatic relations that reached across the waters. But what was this land? Where exactly did it lie? Ancient texts describe Punt as a place of abundance, a paradise rich in resources that were coveted by the Egyptians. Its exact location, however, remains a tantalizing mystery. Some scholars suggest that it lay in the regions of modern-day Somalia or Eritrea, while others posit that it could have been located as far south as Ethiopia or even in the Arabian Peninsula. The ambiguity surrounding its geography only enhances its allure, transforming Punt into a symbol of the unknown. As we delve deeper into the ancient texts, we find ourselves immersed in the stories of those who sought to uncover the secrets of Punt. After Hatshepsut, the allure of this land persisted, captivating the imaginations of later pharaohs and explorers. They spoke of its fragrant myrrh and incense, which were essential for religious rituals. The Egyptians believed that the smoke of these sacred substances could carry their prayers to the heavens, a direct line to the divine. In the minds of the ancient Egyptians, Punt became synonymous with paradise. It was a land where the gods walked among mortals, where the sun shone brighter, and where the air was filled with the sweet scent of nature's bounty. This depiction transformed Punt into more than just a geographic location. It became a metaphor for prosperity, a utopia that reflected the deepest desires of the human spirit. As centuries passed, the stories of Punt evolved, morphing into a mythical realm that transcended its origins. Its symbolism seeped into the broader cultural consciousness, inviting interpretations that were as varied as the people who told them. Artists, poets, and scholars seized upon the idea of Punt, weaving it into their own narratives and dreams. It became a canvas on which imagination could paint vibrant pictures of adventure and discovery. In the Renaissance, as the world began to emerge from the shadows of the Middle Ages, the tales of Punt experienced a revival. Explorers set out on voyages to uncover remote lands, driven by the same spirit of curiosity that had animated the ancient Egyptians. The age of exploration was marked by a quest for new worlds, new resources, and new stories. Punt, with its air of mystery, inspired many. Writers and artists began to draw parallels between their own journeys and those of the ancient Egyptians. The symbolism of Punt transformed into a representation of the human quest for knowledge, for understanding the unknown. It became a metaphor for exploration itself, a reminder that there are still horizons waiting to be discovered, both in the physical world and within ourselves. In the 19th century, the fascination with Punt reached new heights as archaeologists and historians sought to demystify the past. The discovery of ancient artifacts and inscriptions sparked renewed interest in the land of Punt, prompting scholars to engage in spirited debates about its location and significance. Each artifact uncovered was a puzzle piece in a larger narrative, inviting speculation and wonder. Yet, with each new discovery came a realization that the true essence of Punt lay not solely in its physical attributes, but in what it represented, a longing for connection, for understanding, and for the beauty of the unknown. The more we learned, the more we recognized that Punt was not merely a destination on a map, but a reflection of our own journeys through life. As we enter the modern era, the symbol of Punt continues to resonate. In literature and popular culture, it appears as an emblem of adventure and discovery. It invites us to explore the uncharted territories of our own lives, to seek out the hidden treasures that lie beyond our immediate horizons. Whether in films, books, or art, the allure of Punt remains, an eternal reminder that the world is filled with mysteries waiting to be unveiled. Today, Punt inspires not only historians and archaeologists, but also dreamers and adventurers from all walks of life. It encourages us to step outside our comfort zones, to embrace the unknown, and to seek new experiences. The symbol of Punt serves as a beacon, guiding us toward the unexplored realms of possibility, ever reminding us that the journey itself is as significant as the destination. In the grand narrative of human existence, Punt stands as a testament to our innate curiosity and desire for connection. It embodies the timeless quest for understanding our world, our past, and ourselves. As we ponder the mysteries of this ancient land, we are reminded that, like the explorers of old, we too are on a journey, one that invites us to navigate the seas of the unknown and to embrace the adventure that lies ahead. And so, the story of Punt endures, an eternal symbol of the unknown, beckoning us to explore, to dream, and to discover the treasures that await us in the vast expanse of life's grand tapestry. In the annals of ancient history, few places inspire as much intrigue and speculation as the fabled land of Punt. Known throughout the ages as a realm of incredible wealth, natural splendor, and the source of precious commodities, Punt remains a captivating mystery that has continued to fascinate historians, archaeologists, and curious minds alike. Today, we embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of this legendary land, exploring why its allure has persisted through the centuries. To understand the significance of Punt, we must first travel back in time to the height of the ancient Egyptian civilization. Imagine the bustling streets of Thebes, where merchants haggle over goods, priests chant sacred hymns, and artisans craft exquisite works of art. At the center of this vibrant metropolis lies the mighty Nile, the lifeblood of Egypt, flowing gracefully through the arid landscape. It is along this great river that the Egyptians established trade routes, reaching out into the world beyond their borders. One of the most remarkable aspects of this trade was the pursuit of exotic goods from foreign lands, and none were as sought after as those from Punt. Descriptions of Punt in ancient texts evoke images of a paradise filled with lush vegetation, rich wildlife, and resources that spark the imagination: gold, ivory, myrrh, and incense. The Egyptians believed that this distant land was not just a place of abundance, but also a land blessed by the gods. It was a realm where the divine intertwined with the earthly, adding to its mystique. The journey to Punt was perilous and fraught with uncertainty. Ancient Egyptians, driven by their insatiable hunger for wealth and knowledge, embarked on long expeditions across treacherous waters and unknown terrains. They navigated the Red Sea, braving storms and unpredictable currents, all in pursuit of the treasures that Punt promised. The journey itself became a rite of passage, a testament to human endurance and ambition. One of the earliest references to Punt can be traced back to the reign of Pharaoh Hatshepsut, one of the few female pharaohs to rule ancient Egypt. Her expedition to Punt, documented in intricate reliefs at her mortuary temple in Deir el-Bahari, tells a tale of remarkable adventure. As the sun sets over the temple, casting long shadows across the stone, you can almost hear the whispers of Hatshepsut's journey, the call of the sea, the scent of spices drifting through the air, and the thrill of discovery. The reliefs depict the arrival of Hatshepsut's fleet in Punt, greeted by its inhabitants with open arms and offerings of precious goods, embodying the spirit of friendship and trade. Yet, despite the wealth that flowed into Egypt from Punt, the exact location of this legendary land remains elusive. Many have speculated about its whereabouts, with theories placing it anywhere from the Horn of Africa to the coasts of Arabia. Some believe it was situated in modern-day Somalia, while others suggest the lush landscapes of Eritrea or even the distant shores of India. Each theory adds another layer to the enigma of Punt, transforming it into a symbol of the unknown and the unattainable. As we delve deeper into the lore of Punt, we uncover the significance of the goods it provided. Myrrh, a fragrant resin used in religious rituals and embalming, was one of the most coveted commodities. Its association with the divine made it a staple in Egyptian culture, symbolizing the connection between the earthly realm and the world of the gods. The incense that wafted through the temples of ancient Egypt was often sourced from Punt, infusing sacred spaces with its intoxicating aroma. The very essence of Punt was not merely material wealth, but also a spiritual richness that permeated the lives of the Egyptians. Gold, too, flowed from the land of Punt, further solidifying its reputation as a place of unparalleled riches. The Egyptians adorned their temples and tombs with gold, a symbol of immortality and divine favor. The desire for gold was not just a quest for material wealth, it represented a deeper yearning for eternal life and the favor of the gods. In the eyes of the Egyptians, the treasures of Punt were not merely possessions but sacred gifts that connected them to their beliefs and aspirations. As we unravel the mythos surrounding Punt, we must also consider the cultural exchanges that took place between the Egyptians and the inhabitants of this enigmatic land. The depictions of foreign peoples in Hatshepsut's temple reliefs reveal a world of vibrant colors, intricate clothing, and unique customs. These images highlight the richness of cultural diversity and the shared humanity that transcends borders. In their pursuit of wealth, the Egyptians forged connections that went beyond commerce. They engaged in a dialogue of cultures, ideas, and traditions. The fascination with Punt did not wane with the decline of ancient Egypt. Throughout the centuries, explorers, scholars, and adventurers have continued to seek the elusive land, each driven by the promise of discovery. The legend of Punt has inspired countless tales, from the stories of ancient Greek historians to modern-day treasure hunters. Each seeker carries with them the hope of unearthing the secrets of this mythical land, further fueling the fire of curiosity that has burned for millennia. In the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeological expeditions sought to unravel the mystery of Punt, employing rigorous scientific methods to piece together fragments of history. Excavations along the Red Sea and in the Arabian Peninsula revealed artifacts that hinted at ancient trade routes, yet none could definitively confirm the location of Punt. The quest for knowledge continues, and with each new discovery, the legend evolves, weaving itself into the fabric of human history. But why does Punt continue to captivate our collective imagination? Perhaps it is the allure of the unknown, the idea that there are still secrets waiting to be uncovered in our world. The story of Punt invites us to explore the boundaries of our understanding, to embrace the mysteries that lie beyond the horizon. In a world that often feels defined by certainty, the legend of Punt reminds us of the beauty of ambiguity and the thrill of exploration. In a sense, Punt represents not just a geographical location but also an ideal, a place where dreams and reality intertwine. It embodies the human spirit's insatiable quest for knowledge, adventure, and connection. As we navigate our own journeys, the story of Punt serves as a timeless reminder that the pursuit of understanding is a noble endeavor, one that transcends time and space. So, as we close the chapter on this exploration of the eternal land of gold, we leave with a sense of wonder and curiosity. Punt may never be fully discovered, but its legacy endures, echoing through the corridors of history and resonating within our hearts. The allure of Punt is not merely a tale of riches. It is a testament to the human spirit's unyielding desire to seek, to understand, and to connect with the world around us. In this eternal quest, we find not just the echoes of the past, but the promise of the future waiting to be unveiled.